Hi. What's up? This is your early. If you're watching on YouTube, friggin' hit the like button. Peace. The like button's right there. It's very easy. Even if you're watching this in the future, you should do it. Dude, well, anyone have any news? Anything cool and exciting going on? What's the action? Who's got news? Anyone coming in hot with nukes? What up, Abel? It's early Thursday. It's a celebration. Early Thursday is just kind of a vibe. You know? It's not even, in many ways, it's not even like really a thing. It's more a vibe than anything, you know? Y'all picking up what I'm putting down here? What's up, Fail? What's up, Jerry's? I don't know if it's Jerry or if it's Productions that's talking to me. Hello to both of you. What's up, Peter? Fancy, hello? Fancy Hat Boss, the boss of Ridiculous Hat. Apparently you work at Hearthstone. What series is Master Mold now? Good question. I can find that out right now. Series 4. It is currently Series 4. Look at that. It's got Master Mold today. Must be fate. Yo, Pog. This is I'm actually doing a not my list. Yo, what's up? Cool, Daniel. How you been, man? When are you gonna start streaming again? I miss you. It's good hanging out the other night. Stinger, 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 Stinger. We'll get a Stinger in a second. I think I have to run and grab an energy drink first. I will say hello. Hi. Stinger. There it is. What's up? Early Thursday and day. What's up? What's up, Joe? Another boys hangout, indeed. Maximum and camouflage and instant retreat for people? Why? I don't understand. Everyone says stuff like that, and I'm just like, yo, thanks for all the sentinels. Pog. I pog out when I get four good cards added to my hand for free in this economy. This deck runs Enchantress? What the heck? You run Enchantress with Darkhawk, Mystique, Ronan? Maniac. There is cooking, dude. Before all the noobs ask why you're not including Black Widow. True and based. Well, I mean, Black Widow, it's weird because like Darkhawk and Ronan have like anti-synergy. It's a very interesting deck idea. The reason I'm playing this deck, and this is the first time in a really long time I'm not playing my own deck on stream. This is a mad rarity. Thank you. I also like this shirt. It's brand new. So it's slightly rankly. Go with the other Zabu too. We never use the season pass Zabu. So a lot of people have asked me about this deck from Dara this week, and every time I face it, it feels really bad. But I think Dara is an incredible player. I think Dara is like a really, really good player. So I was very interested in trying out this deck and seeing how it works. Oh my gosh. Martian Boo, rated with the party 179. What's up, Martian ears? What's up, Martian ears? Hope we're doing well today. We're getting a little Ronan, a little molded, a little folded action. We're doing good, Martian. How are you doing? Thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Martian Boo, if you don't know, has an amazing YouTube channel, which does daily or near daily Hearthstone content, which is really, really top notch. And then you do a bit of variety, but I think you mostly stream Hearthstone, am I right? But you're actually, I watch maybe like one of your videos a week. You're like one of the only Hearthstone people I still watch. And your mana video had me cackling recently. What does he call it? They're molding with the lads. All right, we'll go by the exact name that he put. No Crystal? Dude, Crystal's still bad. I hate to be the one to tell you this. You have all this but Darkhawk? Yeah, I think Darkhawk's very important to this deck. Okay, so we have 4 4s to go with our Zabu, which is really great. We have the Cosmo, which is probably defense for basically all of our cards. The Enchantress is crazy to me. With Darkhawk, Iron Lad, Ronan, Mystique, to also fit in an Enchantress is crazy to me. But maybe Enchantress is just strong enough of a card where like you just like don't use it sometimes. You can also like play it on the Cosmo lane sometimes, I guess. Would Crystal potentially work in a Dino Ronan hybrid? Crystal would be a great card in Dino Ronan hybrid. A clever name. 100%. Man, I know what I'm gonna do very soon. Thank you. Enchantress with the Iron Lad is a risk. Very true. Very true. Maybe we should fit Howard in the deck to avoid that. Loving the shirt, thank you. Because Dino and Ronan are 5 costs, it makes the deck tough. What's cool, I've played a really, really good Dino Ronan deck. You kind of go down one path, right? So like, based on which card you have in your hand, Ronan or Dinosaur, you kind of go towards that path. And sometimes, rarely, you do play Dinosaur and Ronan both on 5 and 6. But most of the time, you only play one of them, and you just kind of go down the different paths. It's like, it's an interesting kind of like pathing type deck. Where does he play nails? Yeah, I know, dude. I haven't got a pedicure in a while. I'm going to a music festival in 2 weekends, though, so I'm definitely gonna get a mani-pedi beforehand. Look fab. I don't know what color I'm gonna do, though. I always do, like, all black, but, like, one color here. It has been a minute, though. Miss Banks keeps telling me that she's gonna paint my nails, and then she lies. Freaking liar, man. But yeah, I'm excited to try this deck. Like I said, I mean, I've been pretty open about how I don't think this deck is all that good, or it doesn't seem all that good. Oh, man, we have to do all. We do. This is encouraging me to do a different thing every single time, which is pretty fun. Should I flex Good Boy Cosmo? Let's flex Atlantis Cosmo. I like flexing the what is Ronan? Ronan has a hammer. Do the hammer card back. I feel like Ronan's tough with all the hand dumps? Probably, yeah. Good replacement for Iron Lad? I don't know. It's not my deck and I have not played it yet. We are gonna play it right freaking now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. Miss Banks is a friggin' liar, man. I know, she even said I'm not good at singing. I forgot that we returned on the YouTube note the sound. It's so soft that I barely ever tell. Oh, also I kept the music on. Oh no. I think we go here. Potentially to Dr. Doom it later. We're okay with the rock, we don't really care. We're giving them 2. Polaris? How rude. I have played the new Zelda, yes. It's very good. Am I just playing Enchantress for stats? I'm playing Mold. Does their hand look like 5? Mold is pretty good here. Maybe the Enchantress and the Darkhawk Mold. Doom. Enchantress, Darkhawk Mold both right. Doom to finish it. Enchantress left, maybe? Enchantress left. Maybe Mold middle. I'm an idiot. Don't talk to me about that one. Don't talk to me about that one right there. Still learning the deck. Okay. I did miss Master Mold there. By enchantressing my own Zabu instead of just playing it middle like I wanted to at the beginning. It's kind of like, do we think that they can play more than 10 power to beat my Darkhawk? If they don't think they can, we stay in. We just slam like a Ronan. Let's try it. If we would have gotten the Master Mold, we would have been in a much better position. They did not think they could beat us. Also, our Ronan might not be big enough, though. Our Ronan is only 9. Ripperino. If only we'd been able to fit that Master Mold in, we would be in a pretty good spot, chat. Alright, first L. This one was pretty much my fault. So we'll take that L on us being bad, not necessarily the deck. Nice moldering, thank you. Drone, I'm good. Thank you for being here early. Need to mold early to prevent them filling their draw. It's almost as if I didn't draw it until turn 4. If I had it on turn 2, I would have played it. Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty of yips with this. The other thing too is that I never play other people's decks. I can count on one hand the amount of times on this channel I've played someone else's deck and haven't played a deck that I built completely by myself. So it is a bit of a learning curve. It's quite a bit different. Okay, getting the Cosmo is great, especially with priority. I think middle is where we want it because that's probably where we'll want to land a Ronan. Played others' decks on purpose? What do you mean? Ooh, nice bastard piece. We'll go Rock Slide. We need Sandman. We're not playing my deck. We're playing Dara's molded deck that he put out. So we're gonna run it as is probably all day today. Oh, what's up, Cardio Kills? Of course. I hope that. Why would you play Kitty in Danger Room? What are you doing? What a maniac, dude. What's that all about? It's such a risky play for no reason. So I'm asking if you played someone else's deck on purpose. No, what you mean, what you said doesn't mean anything. Like if I build a 12 card deck by myself and then someone else has played it at a different point, I'm not playing their deck, I'm playing my deck that I built. Trying to prove your point about Master Mode. We're just exploring. I mean, I think that it's important, right? In my opinion, I think it's pretty important to understand that you have personal biases, and quite often you're wrong about things. So, what we're trying to do is play this deck and feel like it's good. Deck ownership isn't real. Yeah, agreed. Like I never call anyone out for. There's like 2 decks that'll say like my things or like things that I feel like I definitely popularized. I would say there was a big boom in Dinosaur Darkhawk with the Doom top end that I think I very much, if not was the first person to start it, definitely popularized. Pretty good. I wish we had a Cosmo to drop down here. Mystique might be pretty good. I was wondering where the hell this Daredevil came from, but I was gonna say. Distinction being mentioned is net decking versus not. Yeah, it's very true. Land ownership isn't real in an ideal society, you're right. I don't know if I want to Mystique this, because I don't really have anything to bump it up, and they have like a pretty low curve deck. I think I'd rather just slam a Rock Slide here. Ronan Dream Location? Not anymore. You can't slam the Ronan down right though. Maybe we don't even slam it right. We probably slam it right, no matter what. Then try and finish by winning with Doom. We can even play Doom left. It's a bit risky though. Duck tells you what the card is and no effect on what card you get. That's a bit risky, no? Seems a bit risky. They dump hand here, we're in a bit of trouble. Like they can play like 3 cards. Don't really know what we'll do. Like this seems okay. Maybe this stopping their guardians will be enough. Let's try it. They have to dump all 4 cards to win, right? Okay, very nice. I think that this with our Cosmo is going to be enough. Gamora stop. Very nice. Very nice. Good boy. Good boy, Cosmo. Good boy, Cosmo. Which more cards had animations like Howard the Duck and Iron Lad? Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few, right? But, oh, always more would be good. I don't think you can fit a duck in this deck. I don't know what you'd cut. Maybe an Enchantress. The only thing I'm a little bit scared about was the Enchantress in this deck, because it feels so weird to play late, especially for spreading out our threats. The Cosmo gag in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is the best part. Good girl. Kitty's the best thing you've ever had happen to me. Kitty's great, dude. Very happy everyone has Kitty. I'm playing mobile gamer? Yo, Pog. Here for Wong? No, Wong seems bad in this deck. You're welcome to build the deck however you want, though. Cyclops animation is hilarious, so how truly worthless the card is. Yeah, it doesn't even get played in Patriot anymore, Sag. Still gets played in Patriot Surfer. So there's that. I too like not drawing any of my low-cost cards. Dude, you know what I want to do? I want to change Enchantress for Wave. I want to trade Enchantress for Wave real bad. I feel like Enchantress for Wave is cracked in this deck. You either play Wave Mold or Wade Korg on 5. And then you could just slam a Ronan, you can play a Doom. If you need to, you can wave out a Doom on 3 if it's your only 3 drop. Or wave out a Ronan or wave out a Sarah early. I think I want to do that. That sounds so good, dude. What's up in the deck? We have Mold, Zabu, Mystique, Cosmo, Dr. Doom. Not great hits for Iron Lad. I think there's some good things. Why does someone play Maximus in a Ronan deck? It's not only a Ronan deck. You might notice there's also the card Darkhawk in it. Okay. Get molded, get folded. I think we can go like Sarah into like mold Ronan. Maybe some other lines depending on what they end up dropping. Crystal is bad. Crystal's a bad card. Y'all are really funny that you think Crystal's good. It's not because Crystal's risky, it's because Crystal is bad. I think the Crystal, like the funny Cerebro 4 deck that Dexter posted today, is the only deck that's worth it to run Crystal. Unbelievably rude to my opponent. Okay, at most they can play 3 cards. At most they can play 3 cards. That'll bring my Ronan to 11 power. Still lose their bishop, especially if they do Skillmonger, which we're very much so expecting. I don't know a winning line here. Darkhawk Mystique Mold? Darkhawk Mystique Mold is 8/8/2. Probably my best bet. You have to play them both middle, probably. I think they'll Skillmonger right. That'll put them up by 11 power. We can't get over the top. I think we just have to run, dude. I think we just gotta freaking go, man. Like Ronan Mystique is 11 and 8. Maybe if we go here? No, because they Killmonger, they kill the Nova too, right? We'll try it. We're gonna lose some cubes early. This is a Killmonger. I read them perfectly. Yeah. We're gonna have to take some L's early to figure out exactly how this deck works. Because it's gonna take us a bit, man. I guess we're tying here? No, yeah, we lose at the end, so that's right. Oh, we tie. Closer than I expected. We're 1 point off from winning. They only played two cards? No, they put one of them was a Sentinel, so it refilled their hand. Okay, interesting. Interesting line there. I really like the idea of Wave, though. Maybe if Dara shows up today, we can ask him what he thinks about Wave. What if Crystal was a 4/7? Of course you'd play Crystal if it was a 4/7. What are you talking about? You should play Korg if he was a 1/5? Of course you'd play Korg if it was a 1 in every deck. I mean, +3 power is crazy. +3 power in any card is insane. Yeah, I'm thinking Enchantress for Wave. Thinking Enchantress for Wave. I think there's some really cool things you can do. Wave counters Sarah? Well, we obviously wouldn't play them in the same game. It'd be nearly impossible. I think we can plan a Cosmo there. The next turn we just Enchantress their Zabu, probably. Yeah. Give card. Shanna! Oh, we got a gamer on our hands, chat. We got a damn gamer on our hands. Yeah, wave counters Electro, so you shouldn't play them in the same deck. So true. You like the shirt? Thank you. Three shirt compliments so far. Feel very valid in buying this shirt the other day. I think I'd like to turn off their Zabu. Might as well do it now if we're ever gonna do it. Shanna! Get a hood right, you piece. Now, the thing I'm worried about is that if we play this Ronan right, I don't know what our follow-up is. Like, how do we proceed? We could Sarah and then try and do some like Darkhawk Ironlad stuff. We could Ronan and then honestly, the problem with Ronan is that if we top deck Rockslide, we only get to play one card on the final turn. And none of the other cards are all that good. I guess if we Ronan into like Mystique Mold, we're in a pretty good spot. The Lad is pretty bad here. There's no real good hits. I guess the Lad and the Zabu is pretty strong. Hawk Mystique. Terran 5 Hawk Mystique. That's 2 6-power cards. Is not gonna put us over the edge. We haven't done anything to affect their deck. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like if we top deck the Rockslide, we got nothing, dude. We can't win like any lane. Okay. I guess maybe we do play Ironlad there, hoping for Zabu. Like Sarah in the Darkhawk Mystique is never right. It's I don't like, you just don't generate any power. Generate 4 power into 12 power. It's so weak. Maybe we could have ripped the Ironlad on instead of the Enchantress here. I don't think Zabu's a must pull, but like it can't be, right? If your deck doesn't work if you don't pull Zabu, then the deck is bad. I feel like there's lines we can have. I do run into problems like turns 1 through 3. I feel like I'm not doing anything unless I get Zabu. It's like our highest tempo play is like Cosmo on 3. Sarah into Ronan Mystique. I feel like they hand dump, right? They're like a 1-drop deck. I feel like with no support for the Ronan's just gonna get eaten alive next turn because they're gonna play like 3 or 4 cards. $60 Nebula boosters. Holy. Don't look at that. Why you wear headphones? It's just a card game? What do you mean? What a weird thing to say. The lovely shirt, yo, 4 shirt compliments, Pog. I haven't seen the Super Mario movie yet, no. I was thinking about seeing it in theaters, but there was other things I wanted to see. I've actually went to the movie theaters a lot more recently than I have in a long time. Why do you have a monitor? It's just a card game. We'll just go Master Mold. Master Mold's very annoying with things like Bar with No Name. Because they don't have any real space to like get these cards out of their hand. E2 Sentinels a piece. I wish we had priority because this Cosmo would hit a little different, but we'll just have to take no priority and be a little sad. Tried running Sandman in a similar deck. I think you'd run Wave over Sandman, right? Like, Wave is now just a... If you're aiming to play Sandman on turn 5, Wave is simply a better play on turn 5. 100% of the time, because it costs 2 less. Sandman is now only played in decks where you can ramp him out. You would absolutely play Wave instead of Sandman. Wave is, like... What a smart... I love my opponent. What an absolute fucking gamer, dude. What an absolute gamer. I love it, dude. I've been saying hello to opponents like bro told me to. I have not. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I have not been doing that. I really hope they don't play Professor X left to be incredibly rude of them. Or Professor X right. You're a piece. Okay. I'm not going to play in bar with no name, by the way. There's no world I play in bar with no name. They will chicken out and think that I will play into it. Yeah, Rockslide nerf diff, dude. The fact that this game is going to come down to this Psycho Titania the opponent played is fucking awesome. Yeah, look, they're panicking. I guarantee you they don't play there. There's no world the opponent plays middle. Or no, I think they are going to play here. Well, I guess... No, they're not going to play here because they think that we're going to play here. Play mid? No. Cheater. Everyone in chat thinks that they know how to win games. It's all about... if there's one thing Binks has, it's fucking mental fortitude, dude. If there's one thing he has, it's mental fortitude. If they play Sentinel mid, he wins. Exactly. Chat. You guys are all thinking too goddamn one-dimensionally, okay? Of course, if they don't do anything and they play Sentinel, they would win. But they know that too. So they say, I'm not going to play Sentinel, I'm going to play Storm. Wait, isn't Storm like a never... No, because they thought that we were going to play Storm, we were going to play something and give them back to Titania. But we don't, because they thought that we were. It's so hard to resist the trap. Just don't play it, dude. People cannot resist. People cannot resist. They will always think that we're going to freak out and play middle. But we just hold. We have the mental fortitude. We sit there and we stare at them and we let them win us the game. Y'all are too damn one-dimensional. You just hold, man. They misplayed the Titania? They didn't misplay. God damn it. Yo, it's teams. They didn't misplay. That's not what misplaying is. There's two options. Either I played there or I didn't, and they had to pick one, and they picked the one that I didn't do. It's not a misplay. You guys don't know what a misplay is. A misplay is where you just do something that's objectively wrong. I go freaking crazy back here, dude. Early Thursday Binks hits a little different though, so we'll be okay. All right. No initiative. I really like having initiative on 3, but we almost never have it with this deck. We will set up left with the Cosmo, knowing that on turn 5 we often want to play Ronan. We almost always Iron Lad. Iron Lad can hit some really, really juicy targets. Iron Lad could hit Sarah. Iron Lad could hit... like, Mystique isn't all that terrible. It hits a Cosmo. It could hit an Enchantress, it could hit a Dark Hawk, it could hit a Master Mold. All 5 hits, chat, are kind of sick. All 5 hits are kind of sick. A misplay is something like Enchantress your own Zabu. Very true, Fairfax. Sometimes that's not a misplay, though. But when you do it for no reason, it is a misplay. He was also not playing Darkhawk because you don't have Rockslide, so you're running Maximus. Yeah, Maximus is fine in just Ronan decks, but like Ronan Darkhawk decks, you can't run Maximus. It's just too one-sided beneficial. A misread? I could call it as a misread, but it's just kind of like a toss-up. Like it's not like it's just like it's either they do or they don't. Look at this: the Enchantress turning off the Soul Stone, huge. Skillmonger didn't matter at all. Decent chance we see. Oh, they can't wave. I bet they wanted to wave. Decent chance we see a decent chance we see a death come out pretty soon. Devil Dinosaur Ronan, a tale as old as time. I think we're just win all 3 lanes profit, chat. Alternative for Lad. I don't know. Sean is probably fine. Win all 3 lanes. Fuck! Forgot how cheap their death was. Ronan and Crystal are married? Is that real? Why is Ronan in the Inhumans, but also in Guardians of the Galaxy? That doesn't make any sense. You must misplay by using a hub Shadow King on your Guardians lane? Yeah, that one hurts. Shadow King does affect the whole damn lane, dude. Well, I mean, this is just about the worst shit that could happen for my deck. Just about the worst thing that can happen. We can shuffle rocks into their deck, though. So? And if they don't play said rock, it gets shuffled into their deck. That this really destroys the test? It sure does. Yeah, they just had to play their rock out so that they didn't draw it. Peace. Chunga chunga chunga. Chunga chunga chunga. Means that we can go into Dark Slide. Remade the Inhumans? What the hell? Bonka bonka. This is a 4/6, so it is still pretty strong. 0 cards in deck. Still 0/6, it's still okay. Let me just try and finish with Doom, probably. Black Bolt. Lucky I didn't want that card piece. Ugh, did they draw their stature, dude? Yeesh. If they rolled stature Black Bolt with Lechigia, I think we're just screwed. We'll make them have it. Not the easiest game for them to win outside of it. I got the stature Black Bolt. That's tough. Why did I think that this was gonna be at 3? Oh, we tied. Pog. Why did I think that was gonna be at 3? Rock diff, by the way. You have 6,000 tokens. What do you recommend you buy? Whatever you want, man. Thanos is really cool. Generally the big bads are the best way to spend your money. So if you don't have Thanos or High Evolutionary is pretty sick. What's Pog? You're Pog. Yeah. Those are pogs. As is the stream. Good so far on that is probably Sean. This is probably just fine. Or Wave. I've been very considering changing Enchantress for Wave to give us some options against give us some pretty good options against hand dump decks. They already drew their Korgrok, huh? They got a draw there. We did not. That's Sag. Give them more rocks. But also Iron Lad. We have priorities, so the Cosmo's good. The Enchantress is nothing. The Mold is okay. Ronan and Sarah both really good. Let's Iron Lad. Iron Ladding early and often is usually like a pretty smart thing to do. It's just a really good card. Pretty easy choice to snap there. Get High Evo Galactus is overrated. It just depends. I mean, contrary to what you might think, there are a lot of people who really enjoy Galactus. Unlike what you might see in whatever chat that you frequent or subreddit you frequent, there are a lot of people who really enjoy the gameplay patterns of Galactus. I personally don't like playing Galactus. I very much so enjoy playing against Galactus. So if someone looks at someone playing Galactus and is like, oh, this sounds really fun to play, then they should definitely go for Galactus. We'll go hard middle. We need they're gonna Groot me, son of a bitch. We like desperately need Darkhawk now. Otherwise we're in a lot of trouble. They snapped. We'll figure it out. What is top pick, Darkhawk or Iron Lad, and it'll be okay. They're gonna play Groot middle though. Oh, it's merely a Colleen win. We have to try. Like, we have to try. We can't lose all these cards, otherwise we just lose, so we just have to try. I need to I just have to play my biggest card, and if it dies, if they all die, we all die. We never win the game if we go right here. So you have to play to your outs. Unbelievable. Okay. I don't know what they thought was gonna happen here. They don't have any way to get here, right? Do I have one-on-one coaching for Snap? I don't know. Just hang out. Hang out. Get a little action going. I've thought about doing stuff like that for like deck building. I think might be some people might find quite interesting. I cannot believe we're gonna win this game. Probably. They have Doom too. I mean, this card deck running Doom seems very, very unlikely. Discard deck running Doom. I cannot believe we won that game. That was wild. Why would they play a Swarm there the previous turn? I think they just messed up. I think they just messed up really hard. I think they just didn't realize the Avengers compound was going to punish them like that. If Modocs, that run would be toast. It's okay. We would just win left and middle. We had no better play. I guess we could have played Sarah and then hoped to draw a 2-drop, but I think that my play was better. They got greedy? I don't think that was greedy. I think it was just... sometimes Avengers Compound is hard. Sometimes you just forget about it. I do it all the time. And we have Doom Camartage to finish out the game. This is going to be pretty hard. We'll snap. Instead of cloning vats, Elysium game, my low-cost bounce stack carnage, I'd never have more fun. Yeah, Elysium's so cool, dude. Who doesn't like Elysium? I honestly have never heard of anyone be like, man, I really dislike Elysium. Elysium sucks ass, dude. We can just absolutely infect their hand with Master Mold here. Wave. Alrighty then. We don't have initiative. If we had initiative, this is pretty good to attack both lanes. With no initiative. With no initiative, where are they most likely going to play? On top of the Master Mold? No, because they don't have on reveals, right? I think they would probably be more likely to play off of it, in my opinion. Oh, they played on it. Oh, they played Doc Ock there. Okay. Guess who has a Cosmo now, you piece? Guess who has a damn Cosmo now? There's no way they just play Galactus now, right? Well, they can't. They simply cannot play Galactus, right? Maybe because it costs too much. And all 3 lanes profit. We are skating by these games somehow, man. I don't know what's going on. We are making it work though. Iron Lad, High Evo, or Jeff? I've never played with High Evo or Jeff, to be fair, so I don't really have like a great answer for you. If I didn't have those 3 cards and I only had 6,000 tokens, though, I would wait for High Evo. High Evo gives you 7 new cards. It's one of the most valuable cards they've ever printed. I have a really hard time not recommending waiting for High Evolutionary. But Jeff and Iron Lad are both also very strong cards. They might end up being stronger cards than High Evolutionary. So if you're just looking for the best card, you just have to wait for High Evolutionary to come out, wait like a week, and see how strong it is. But even if you wait a week, people thought Thanos sucked ass for like a month and a half. And then Thanos was like by far the strongest card in the game. That Thanos deck was like super, super oppressive. Like, it's also weird, right? Because like, no one knows. Yeah, High Evo is now 4/4 as well. Yeah, and High Evolutionary is a quote-unquote current big bad. Bum, bum, bum. Show you the best deck with Thanos? It's got nerfed like 3 times. Just go to Lammy series if you want good Thanos decks. Just look up Lammy series on Twitter. Okay, this Enchantress is going to be very clutch. We draw her. They are going to have priority most of the time, though. Okay, Mirror Dimension's going to be weird as hell to deal with. We can even Iron Lad on turn 6 if we need. Try and get priority. I don't know if we're going to be able to get priority until we can Enchantress these. But let's try and kind of slowly fight ahead. Because Thanos did suck ass. Jay, I completely disagree with you. Thanos was not bad. Thanos was never bad. It took people a long time to figure out the exact right play to play metas. It was not because of the meta. I think that Thanos was good the whole time. It just takes a while sometimes for us for people to figure out the meta. I definitely disagree that he was ass. We'll do the rock slide here. Maybe the rock slide with the Doctor Doom is going to be enough to win, right? We'll see. If we Doctor Doom middle, maybe. If we top deck Enchantress, we're going to be golden. That PDK. You agree that Cerebro needs a rework? Nope. I don't think Cerebro is meant to be like an insanely good card. We should still be fine, right? If we go like Iron Lad. Iron Lad Enchantress is a nightmare, dude. Iron Lad Enchantress is a nightmare. Yeah, people needed 6 months to figure out how to use Miles Morales bets. So true. It's not a 1 in 4 bad hit. It's a 1 in 4 catastrophic lose the game on the spot hit. Just Sarah left. Sarah left takes up the spot of one of my Doombots middle. Sarah does the opposite of what we want. Sarah's anti-synergy. We'll just take the 1 in 4 catastrophic effect. Actually, not catastrophic anymore, so we're good. Alright, we have to get double what they play. Which is going to be very hard. I do wish Doom middle just won. It wins that they have less than 8 power, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Maybe I should have Iron Ladded middle in case they... No, because then 10 doesn't even win right anymore, huh? It's really lived and died on not getting Galactus, huh? Like, this loses right by 2. We win middle by a lot, but we only get to 32. They need more than 8 power. They have to have more than 8 power, right? Doom does not tie right. Remember all the cards. I think we gotta go. Can't imagine they can't get more than 8. Mystique left, Cosmo mid? Mystique left. Copy Iron Lad? Cosmo mid. Nah, the Doom play is just superior. Yeah, also lose power from Ronan. Very true. Alrighty. Oregon 1, very nice. We needed her most. TV Enchantress event. I'm saying, dude, this is the one time we really needed the Enchantress. Mystique from Iron Lad doesn't work. Mystique would work on Iron Lad there. It would. It would copy the Ronan. It would just not be a good copy because it's not very strong. I think Zabu is more important than Master Mold. So Master Mold we can play later and not worry too much. Zabu to get to our Iron Lad Rock Slide early is much more important. Oregon 1 opponent has no fun. Ooh, Olympia. Fog. Okay, we either have Mystique, Enchantress, Cosmo, really bad Iron Lad hits, so we will just go ahead and Rock Slide. Rock Slide's a much better play here. Often going to be a Sarah game and maybe like spam cards at the very end of the game. Yo! Eggs! Thank you so much for the raid. What is up, eggs? Eggheads. Isn't egghead like an insult? I was going to call it eggheads like saying like you're... I was gonna say egghead, like calling like your fans eggheads, but I feel like egghead also like comes as an insult. Am I crazy? Dude, I hate the UI so much. We have many names. We haven't decided what's best yet. We can figure it out right now if you're down. Eggheads, eggerinos. Team scrambled. I can keep going. Okay, Iron Lad. We'll play Darkhawk, and then Iron Lad can hit either Doom or Mystique. And it might be guaranteed one of them, which is pretty sweet. They're going to be all filled up right and middle. The Yokers, yo. Called it the coup. I think we hold on the Iron Lad this turn because next turn, chat, if this Mystique lane's right, we can just Enchantress them both. I think we just Sarah to set up for a pretty cool turn. Because Iron Lad is guaranteed to be Enchantress if we play our cards right. Okay, so this is Enchantress. This is pre-nerf Enchantress. They're going first as well, so they could play like Onslaught, a few other things here. So if we Iron Lad this Enchantress, this gets -6, so we actually win right. Pretty lit. Even if they play another ongoing effect that affects here, we still beat it. And then we can play Ronan middle. They will have 4 cards in hand. This will be 11 power. They're getting -6 from the Enchantress Iron Lad. This is a very well played game right there. Blue Marvel problems? Are there? Are there Blue Marvel problems? Bonka bonka. Common Binks W, by the way. I forgot that the freaking... Oh man, I forgot that the Mysterio works that way. We could have lost if that was on the right, but it wasn't. Because we believed, chat. Because we believed. GG's. Oh, Blue Marvel probably, not Blue Marvel problems. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, Onslaught, Blue Marvel, both of them get murdered by that. Calculated. Except for the Mysterio. But, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, eh? Binks' reactions give you life. I try. Let's see. Do we have other egg names? Eggaroni? Is casual mode coming? I don't know, man. Who cares? Every mode is casual mode if you don't care about cubes. I do like the coop a lot. I'm lame. I just call them Binks fans. We were just Binks fans. The Discord's the Binks fan clubhouse. The clubhouse full of Binks fans. You know what I should do? I should get one of those. I should get like a stream deck. I should really like settle down and get a stream deck because I feel like there's a lot of really funny little quips and stuff I can put on it. I still want to put the Ludwig saying everyone in chat's a Binks fan. That's rare air right there. Yeah, and I could just have the Banksy. I can get rid of that sound alert and just be able to play it whenever I want. Why do we keep getting Lamentis 1? Can we talk about this? One of the worst things possible for my deck. I feel like we don't want to play this until the end of the game. I feel like it's bad to play this right now. It's just giving them cards. Thanks, fans, Maria Hill enjoyers. Well, everyone is worth their weight. You always snap on Lamentis to scare? Ah, oh man. I want to lose. Even for having Maria Hill as a mascot. Now, if there was some like really funny Binks like art where it's like dude, this is terrible. I just play a 4/6 as a joke. I don't even want to play this here. And then we go into like maybe Sarah and a Ronan Mystique. No, that doesn't even work. We have to Ronan first. We're gonna lose to a crystal deck, chat. You just click the opponent's avatar hard to check their hand. Rip Arena, dude. Stop playing cards. It's illegal. That's actually fine. All things considered, that's kind of fine. Well, they just put Crystal back in their deck, which is like pretty good for us. All things considered. Let's see if this works. They could play their whole hand. They had opponent win and do the emote snap emote. Like, dude, I didn't snap because I knew I was taking a risk. Just don't worry about those people. They're probably really sad. Crystal Bear Motor bounce deck. Yeah, what a wild time to be alive. We know they can play at least 3 cards in their hand. Maybe they shouldn't have. I can play them all. However, we do have the mold, but we're still going to lose right because of the bishop. Now, if they don't add a bunch of cards, no, we're just always losing, aren't we? Look at this. Not even close. Why did I even go for this, chat? Why'd you tell me to go for this? This is your fault, really. If you think about it. Ah, they had a rock. They had my Korg rock in hand. Whoa. Ever consider becoming a full-time chess streamer? Not very good at chess. So... Sorry, Lamentis is good for us. Lamentis is maybe the worst location. Maybe the worst location we could have. Chess is cool though. I respect chess. I occasionally play chess on my phone. If you go on my YouTube, there's YouTube content of me playing chess. But I don't think there's much of a market for people who are like an 850 playing chess online. Cosmo on Moore Island is quite nice for us. It's very pleasant. Maybe we should be rock sliding, but I like doing this with priority while we have it. Because oftentimes when they're running things like Angela, they have like on reveal abilities they want to play on top of her. Molt never gets these crazy matchup during his lives. Poor guy getting mad every day. What do you mean? What do you mean he never gets these matchups? You're insinuating they like gets different, he faces different people than I do? Probably true to an extent. Have I considered becoming a full-time lockpicking video YouTuber? No, I haven't. Sounds fun though. Not necessarily opposed. Lots of good things can happen from this era here. We either play like Ronan Darkhawk, Ronan Enchantress, or maybe we top deck Iron Lad. We can go like Enchantress Darkhawk, Iron Lad. Maybe we go Darkhawk Mystique Enchantress, or Enchantress I guess probably first. That's a big Angela, by the way. Can we talk about how big this Angela is? This storm was bad for them and good for me. I guess we're gonna fill it no matter what. This kitty is too big. We ever beat them? I don't know, man. They do have 6 cards in deck. Like, the Darkhawk's pretty large. Is 7 guaranteed or the Ronan better? I think they play 3 cards. The problem is also they're going to move the Nightcrawler left, so you have to win both these lanes, huh? That is a big problem. We should just leave then. We just have to leave. They're just gonna they're simply gonna move the Nightcrawler left. We need a Doom there. We need a Doom. And it's very thick, Angela. She had a lot of power. What are my feelings so far? I feel like this deck is not that good. Now, is it still a learning curve? Yes. Have I made some misplays? Yes. I think I've been playing it okay, though. I think I've been playing it okay. Does Shadow King make any sense with Kitty right now? No, you have to call out. You have to not have priority and call out where they're going to Kitty. It's like double not easy to do. Yeah, I might switch the Enchantress for the Wave. I really like the idea of Wave beating some of these other decks. King's using Samurai? Is this Samurai clothing? I don't know. It's just a nice looking shirt, man. This deck may have been better 3 days ago, pre-Kitty. That's a really good assessment, actually. I think with the Kitty now, that's why I want to add the Wave, just in case like I'm facing one of these Kitty decks, I could just Wave Doom. That is pretty gross. Bonka bonka. Where'd you get the shirt? Target. Got it at Target. Yeah, Wave is also good for eliminating hand dump, yeah, on the final turns. Bunka bunka. Ronan, huh? I think I could probably do the Ronan play here. Ronan Doom? Win all 3 lanes profit. You allow people to subscribe? Exclamation point subscribe, totes my goats. I'm not affiliated or partner on Twitch, so I don't have any contract with them. But there's plenty of other. If you have a free Prime sub, I would recommend giving it to Dara because he so graciously brought us the deck today. Or just losing it on anyone else in the Marvel Snap community would mean a lot to me. I think that's probably the most important thing you could do. Would be spreading the love to other people in the Marvel Snap community. Plenty of people I'd recommend, but because I'm using Dara's deck right now, my man's typed out exclamation point subscribe. You have an OnlyFans you can sub to? I don't know. I do not, unfortunately. If you watch the YouTube stuff a lot and you're interested in financially supporting the channel, you can purchase a membership. And then while you're watching on YouTube or when you're commenting on YouTube videos, you can use my array of emotes, such as Binks, Cosmo, one of my favorites. Bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Kind of remind me of Chris Pratt. I get that quite a bit. I am on a journey right now from hopefully Parks and Rec Chris Pratt to Jurassic World / Star-Lord. We'll see. One day at a time. Just because Big's pretty low energy. First of all, you should never say that to anyone. It's very like rude. But I would definitely say I'm a little bit low energy. I didn't get as much sleep as I wanted. I woke up way earlier than normal. Too weird, evangelical, bad vibes, Chris Pratt? What? Feel like you didn't quit drinking beer? It definitely helps, man. Chris Pratt was in season 4 of the OC. I do hope he goes back and does like more comedy stuff. I really like comedy, Chris Pratt. Oh, you're good. Summon Dragons, just in the future. That is a weird and rude thing to say to people. I definitely do feel a little bit low energy today, though. Even though I had 2 energy drinks already. Terminal list, Chris Pratt? What the hell is terminal list? Tell me about it. It's better to keep going down. It's just better not to keep going down the Chris Pratt trajectory. I mean, why not? He's like an international superstar now. He's freaking Mario, dude. That sounds like a cool trajectory to me. Did he do controversial stuff like in his real life? I had no idea. I don't know he had any what was that, evangelical? Is he like a weird religious dude? He doesn't seem like a religious person. Like especially like a crazy religious person. People hate him because he is Christian? I mean, I don't think anyone hates people for being Christian most of the time. But if people use their Christianity for hatred, often people will hate stuff like that. We can just have our Ronan stare at their devil dinosaur and just have them be the same. Seems pretty good. The Master Mold doesn't really do anything because it affects both, but maybe we do it with the Mystique. We'll see. Intends a stringently anti-gay church. That's sad. I have played Smash Up before, yeah. I played it a really long time ago. Your parents didn't like him because he remarried as soon as he was famous. He gives money to super homophobic church. That's really sad. That's what I'm saying. I think like people say like, oh, people hate him because he's Christian. That's usually not the case. I feel like Christianity is a beautiful, beautiful religion with a lot of like really amazing things to it. The problem almost always ends up being that it's very hateful. Am I winning? They shouldn't have too much stuff to play left. I don't think they're going to be able to win left. Maybe they have a Carnage. Carnage maybe wins them left. Iron Lead doesn't do very much. Darkhawk is pretty strong. It's 10. Mystique is whatever the dinosaur is. Maybe we just say they can't beat us left. Let's just say they can't beat us left. Yeah, they can't. Oh, they can with a Doom! You cheater! There's nothing I could play left, man. Tough. A lot of people use Christianity as an excuse to hate, nothing to do with the actual religion. Yeah, I think that like at its core, the word of Jesus is beautiful. It's all about empathy and loving people and taking care of people around you. Jesus fandom is pretty toxic. People who follow the word of Jesus Christ are not toxic at all. The Jesus Christ like teachings are unbelievably good and empathetic and loving. It's people who like follow crazy stuff in the Bible, or people who follow basically giant political organizations that are churches wearing a trench coat, or churches that are a political organization slash business wearing a trench coat that do like inspire things based on hate. The true word of Christ is incredibly powerful, moving, and loving. People just love to hate. I don't know. I feel like mostly people are. I feel like most hateful people are misguided or are reliving past traumas and unable to deal with it in a healthy way. Most of the time. I think that most people who are hateful would like to be not hateful. They just don't really have a great way to deal with it. Or at least that's what I hope. You need Christianity to tell people to be nice to you. If you do, that's really sad. I guess I can understand that point to an extent. Guy here didn't realize we were starting. Just speaking facts, man. Throwing facts out into the universe, seeing what sticks. What I do. They never have a counter to this, right? Pat got himself out of addiction via the church. That's why maybe he's not suspicious as pastors' motives as we are. Very interesting. Yeah, that's also really hard because like religion can help people out when they're in a really tough time, or religion can really be an incredibly important thing for people. But it can also be something that causes a lot of pain. It's weird. Unbelievably rude. Now my Mystique does nothing. That is 3-0 Mystique. They cheated and ran a counter card. Wait, I have a meme for this. Give me a second here. Everyone hold. I do have a meme prepared, which tells you my thoughts. I feel like my meme game's kind of been popping off. If you guys don't follow me on Twitter, you guys might have missed this gem. I thought this was pretty good. Not too many people are comfortable living pretty unrewarding lives because they think there's an afterlife ahead of them. That makes me sad. It's tough. Very tough. I wonder if they might add Moon Boy? I don't know what Moon Boy is. I think most things religion does good for people. Well, religion in many ways in a lot of communities, some of the only like true like real loving communities that you can find and be accepted into easily are religious communities. So to an extent, like in a lot of different neighborhoods and stuff, there's really no like just like loving community that you can join into that's not religion. So if you're down on hard times, being able to be accepted into a community like that, no matter what some of their ulterior motives may be, I think that most people who go to church are generally very good people. It's just especially with like super churches and stuff like that, there's a lot of greed and evil shit going on the top, and there's like a lot of crazy political motivation that happens at the very top end. But I think it's hard. I feel like a lot of religious people get a very bad rep based on a few really horrible people who use it in an exploitative way. It's just weird. It's just like a really, it's like, there's so many good things that like religion and that like level of community has done for so many people, and then there's also like on like the very large terms like the really negative things that have happened from it. It's just a very interesting thing about just like human society in general, right? Hateful is more vocal than the good. Yeah, I think that that's very true as well. If it wasn't for the politics and history, religion would be a lot easier to accept. 100%, dude. It's always, you know, if you unwrap anything that's been if you unwrap anything that's been around for 2,000 years, there's some fucked shit that there's some fucked shit that happened in the past. There's no organization that's been around for 1,000+ years that doesn't have some fucked stuff that has happened in the past, right? Nothing, man, dude. 1,000 years ago, everything was fucking completely different, man. It's fucking wild. If you think back to stuff that happened like 800 years ago, she was crazy, dude. Of course it's gonna be the psycho, shady past stuff. Early Thursday rhymes, yo, pog, dude. You can apply what you're saying about any generalized group. You only need to have bad interaction into a group and reform a bias, kind of said. Very true, very true. I do think that most people are just good ass people, man. Like people, especially like politically, we're not going to get into politics, but like politically, I feel like there's like this big shift that's happened where people think that they can't be friends with people who have politically different opinions of them. And that's really scary and sad. I don't think it happens as much outside of like what's like sensationalized, but I definitely know people who like won't even talk to someone if they're on like the different aisle politically. I think that that's really sad. Now there are some things that could be just like things that you'd never cross a line with that some people may believe, and that's completely understandable, but it's just tough, man. Don't people burn blister hurts like hell? Yeah, dude. I've burned my hand really bad and had like a giant blister. It's a damn nightmare, dude. Try to stay positive to your life and about people and various ideas. Yeah, any random person that you see, if you like don't know anything about them, if you can just like have like a friendly and nice conversation with them, almost anyone that you meet is going to like respond by being friendly and nice. A lot of people have like really aggressive guards up, and plenty of that is just because they need to. It's like kind of a defense mechanism. I know people who don't talk to people who support a different football club. That's very true, yeah. Like completely out of there. Yeah, certain people's rights to exist have become political, yeah. And I think that that's really messed up too, because I definitely agree with that. And I think that a lot of that is just like sensationalized and what's like pushed in the media much more than like the way that most people actually feel about certain things. Just slam this hobgoblin right, see what happens. That's why everyone's unfriendly with you. Happy when you know they have my doom? Well, I have my doom. Now if they just lazily play Doom, we win. Come on, chat. Gotta think levels ahead, chat. We give them the Doom, we make that a trap where they play the Doom and then we win. Oh, I could have played Jeff, lol. Can you tell that I don't have can you tell that I've never had Jeff? Beginning or politics. Okay. Yo! Tippy donated $1. Thank you so much for the tip. Hope we'll financially support the channel. Appreciate you. I like money and I appreciate it when people give it to me. Yeah, some of the shit going down in Florida is pretty scary right now. Yeah, I definitely agree. Comes down to most people actually want the same thing. They're just convinced that their view on very specific hot button issues is somehow more important than all of us wanting a good career, nice house, food on the table. I think it is. I think a lot of it is just like sensationalization. So Andrew Callahan, who's hopefully doing better right now. He was doing some kind of shitty things. Hippie, yo, thank you so much for the $2 this time. Game is so underrated. Totally agree. But Andrew Callahan, who does like all gas no brakes and stuff like that, he has really good take on just like how like the media on both sides just like stokes fear for reviews, for like essentially the media on both sides of the political spectrum, their only reason to like do anything, and like their only factor that's important to them is like their ratings, right? So like they just like push fear and hatred like crazy through all these different channels to get everyone riled up and mad at each other, because that gets more people viewing and that gets more people talking and wanting to interact with the news, which is a nightmare, which is kind of like, I feel like it started in like 2016, and it's just crazy, man. It's just wild out nowadays. They played Ironheart by itself. That's a bit wild to me. Our Iron Lad can hit Korg, Zabu, Mystique, Darkhawk, or Rock Slide. Mystique would be a bad hit, but not like awful. Darkhawk would be insane. Rock Slide would be very good. Korg would be good. Mystique does nothing, but you know, what are you gonna do? Imagine thinking you can play a Wong deck. Hate to see it. Hate to see it from the opponent. GG's. Oh, someone said they're gonna Wong left. Yeah, I felt like they were probably setting up a Odin lane, right? They're probably setting up a White Tiger Odin lane. Yeah. First time being able to watch it live. Your Kitty Donner deck got you to 90 last night. Today it crashed all the way down to 83. Woof. Yeah, that Kitty deck is really strong. But yeah, sometimes things just aren't hitting, man. Sometimes you get into like a bad rep where like you dude, Washington DC with like rocks is a bit scary because I'm just giving them 1/3s, right? Subject of Florida, this shirt's getting off Florida vibes. Yeah. Yeah. Mold them and fold them. I read your donation? Didn't I? You said this game is underrated? Tippy? Is that it? Your first one, if it said something, it didn't show up. I apologize. But I definitely agree this game is very underrated. I really, really like it. That's why I play it every day. Am I also financially motivated to do so? Indubitably. Donated 3 times? The third one not come up? Apologize. Thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate the tip. Tibby says, can I ask if you have kids? Last donation for today. It's 1 o'clock midnight for me. Good night. Thank you so much for the $3, Tippy. I do not have kids. I have 2 small fur babies, which you will now get to see one of. This is my son. His name is Solomon. He's very handsome. Everyone talk about how handsome he is right now. He's a very handsome boy, and he just got a very good haircut. And we talk about how handsome he is all the time. So handsome. It's all? Yeah. I'll dance. He loves his handsome. How old is he? Saul is 7 years old. Saul 8? Might be 8. Might be 8. I don't like that. Next turn we could play Ronan, Mystique, and Darkhawk all on the same turn. Which is really strong, chat. Here's the crackle effect less prominent. It is. They fixed it. It used to be too much. Where it was like messing things up. Human years are dog years and human years. I've had him since I was a senior in college. Need more Binks doggo pics in the IRL channel? I will post one right now. I actually have a very funny one of him doing a side eye. So !Discord if you want to see dog pics. We'll throw the dog pics that I have from recently in here. Salman looks just like Chris Pratt. No, he doesn't. Doesn't even make any dang sense. What did I study in college? I have a chemistry degree from a top 3 chemistry school in the country. Would you believe it? Would you believe that I have a chemistry bachelor's in chemistry from the top 3 chemistry school in the entire country? Would you believe such a thing? Okay, gotta remember Isle of Silence left. You think Darkhawk Ronan is better than Dino? I don't, but that's why we're here today, is to try and figure it out. So if they are... Can I cook meth? I mean, I'm sure I can learn how to cook meth. Have I? No. What school? I went to the University of Illinois. You like the new change? I don't understand or care. I people ask me this a bunch. I think it just doesn't matter or anything to me. It's very weird, the 7 per. It seems to not really matter all that much for your climb. It's just confusing, and I don't get it or care, is the answer. We're not a priority. You can still try and Cosmo, right? Would you consider becoming a full-time chemistry YouTuber? Probably not. Sounds hard. Heisenbanks. Oh. It's nice that an A-Cuber gets you ranked. I think that's probably why they did it, is because the endorphin rush of getting a full rank from an A-Cuber probably was, like, pretty sick. I like our position here. Iron Lad has plenty of good hits. Can you turn the YouTube bot off for me? You cannot. Maybe if you block restream chat, you can. Why is it so annoying? You don't like to hear what an entire group of 537 other Binks fans have to say? Why is it annoying? How is it any more annoying? Why don't you just like not have chat on? Okay, remember, Isle of Silence left. Oh, and this is a Ronan. So I can go like Ronan, right? Too much messages? What do you want me to do? I'm sorry that I have a lot of people watching me. What a weird... I don't get it. What are you talking about? We get dusted by Enchantress, right? So maybe we just avoid that? Well, this is fun. No, Enchantress doesn't dust us, because these are 6 power cards. Jeez. Have less... Yeah, be less popular, Banks. Idiot. Why you have too much messages? Oh, actually, dude, I should have put that in the Chatter Hall of Fame. Why are you wearing headphones? It's just cranky. Oh man! If anyone can go and find that message, I would be forever in your debt and have it exactly as it was. Fucking jerk, dude. Fucking jerk, mate. You wish Iron Lad was a little bit more clear about what it's copying. I mean, on your side it shows you. On the opponent's side, it's a bit annoying. I agree. Snapping aspect of Snap is what makes it legendary? Dude, yeah. That's the reason why the game is so good. The Snap feature is so elegant. And the fact that they like... I don't know if there was any game previously that had this poker style betting aspect to it. But the fact that they created it for this game I think is incredible. Dude, we still gotta watch that damn Ben Brode... maybe we do that... I'm gonna do that... we'll do that at like 6. At 6 o'clock, we'll switch over and we'll watch the Ben Brode YouTube video. because I've wanted to watch it really bad, but I haven't had the time. And then maybe I'll reach out to them and see if they'll let me post it to YouTube as well. I'm sure they'd be cool with it. YouTube chat doesn't scroll back that far. Yeah, but if you were to reopen if you go back in time on the YouTube chat, I think that it pulls it. Also, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. I'm just saying. You also don't have to, but it's called Snap for a reason. Yeah. Agree. It's very nice. With Zabu, right? I feel like we haven't had Zabu on 2 in like 6 games. How's our win rate looking? We're coming around. We're at 54%. That's actually it's a lot better than it's been feeling, because it has felt like I've been getting my booty kicked. Ooh, if we win Asgard, we just go middle, right? Because we'll win Asgard by winning middle. If we win Asgard, we should get like a guaranteed Iron Lad at the end of the game, or have a very, very tight idea of what we should expect. Maybe I'll get Cosmo too to just play over on the left, because I'm guessing they have some crazy shit going on. Yeah, we have guaranteed Cosmo next turn. Is he going to play the Iron Lad that's guaranteed Cosmo, or we draw the Cosmo? Yeah, they're playing middle now. I think we, you know, even if they get like Red Skull, we're still fine. If they Enchantress and something, we're in a bit of trouble. Cosmo. What you got over here? Maw. 0. Typhoid Mary actually goes off because on Cosmo there's 0. Let's go. In your face. Let's go. Oh, that was a good one, man. That was a good one. Yeah, seeing things like Asgard with Iron Lad, you can get guarantees on the final turn and know exactly, like, just pretty much get full access to your deck with things like Asgard. It's very cool. Wonder if this is like a Shuri Sauron list. I'm gonna guess this is Shuri Sauron. Iron Lad is freaking incredible. Yeah, it's such a good card, man. I think that's why the Agatha list was so good, was because of the Iron Lad, the way that you kind of like guarantee either it's a coin flip for 2 cards, or you can guarantee a single card. Maybe you do like run Crystal in that deck crazily enough. Have pure consistency with Iron Lad. Did you play Mortal Kombat and see the new trailer? I do not play Mortal Kombat, and I have not seen the trailer. I did see it was called Mortal Kombat 1. Is it a movie or is it a video game? All I saw was it was Mortal Kombat 1. I watched the Mortal Kombat movie. It's pretty damn bad, dude. Mortal Kombat is not good. It's a new game. I would definitely won't play it though. I don't really like fighting games outside of Super Smash Brothers. Every fighting game it just feels too complicated for me. Like any fighting game where you have to learn a bunch of combos and shit, I just like look at it, I'm like, oh, maybe I can like this, and then I like play it for 2 seconds, I'm like, this will take too long to get good at. I don't. Initiative? We did get an initiative, so we can snipe out something with their Cosmo. Let's snap and then snipe something they played left with the Cosmo in their frickin' face. Like if they play like Thanos Stones left, because we know that they can't play in nowhere. They usually don't want to play in a Grand Central because something is going to come there. So if this is an on reveal, we're crushing them. God, I'm so good at the game chat. It actually hurts sometimes. Okay, so this turn, we could just tell them no. We could just go full no on reveals for you. Their deck has a Koya and Psylocke. They probably like on reveal abilities, right? This does cuck my Iron Lad. Maybe I take my Iron Lad and then... Yeah, well, actually, I think we'll take our Iron Lad instead. And get Darkhawk, Zabu, Enchantress, Doom. Yeah, Zabu's pretty good too. Plan on the Sarah. If we get Mystique, we get double Sarah for next turn. We'll go pretty nuts. Huang? Man, I really wish I had done that Mystique thing now. Really wish I had done the Mystique thing now. Really paying for that. We do have initiative though, so we can't... Oh, we do not have initiative. Rip or Reno. Might have to run now. Can we beat Doom? To beat Doom, we need to add 4 right and 10 middle. This is only 9 middle. Actually, wait. Beats Doom? Do we just beat Doom and LOL? Beat Doom, LOL? What do you think, chat? Beat Doom, LOL? We're not gonna win. Bit close though. Unless they all go left. He's getting way too many triggers right. Are you playing Smash? In Melee, I play Sheik and Samus. In Ultimate, I main Bowser, but I also play Rob. I play Pit. I have a lot of characters in Ultimate. I can play just about anyone. I did go to a bachelor party. We played a lot of like 8-person Ultimate, and me and my buddy GG, who is one of my mods and my best friend IRL, we're way better at Smash than everyone. So we would be doing randoms every single time, and I think I won an 8-player Smash. I think I won 5 games in a row picking randoms, and people didn't want to play anymore. I also was playing, I also had a pretty mean Reptar right when Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl came out. Like a more handsome Plup? Yo, Pog. I think Plup is more handsome than me though. Plup is very handsome. Plup is so funny too. Plup's such a subtle flex. I play Smash a lot. I have way too much muscle memory. Hunt down. What Plup? Plup is a Smash Melee professional. He's like top 10. But Plup, when they did Ultimate Summit voting, basically for these things called summits, if you know like Dota, there's a lot of different things that Summit was doing, where they basically invite a bunch of teams and just do like this like weekend long LAN. That was really, really cool. But basically for this Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Summit, and they were finding people, like he was campaigning to go, and instead of doing like a normal video like saying that they should vote for him, I think that we can't do Ronan because their best play here is MODOK. If we had initiative, we could have Iron Ladded into Cosmo, which would have been crazy. I think we do Iron Lad here and try and get like a super big top deck and like Darkhawk or something. They have no swarms, right? Oh, they do it. They have 2 swarms in hand. They have 2 swarms in the 16 power Apocalypse. Okay, we can try and find a way to beat this. They have 2 swarms and a 16 power Apocalypse, chat. 2 swarms, 16 power Apocalypse. So, let's say they Apocalypse right. We never win right. We can always beat their swarms left. But I think they're gonna Apocalypse either middle or left, and I think that they're gonna double swarm here. So, they double swarm right, and Apoc left or middle. We just lose whatever one they play that on, and we can win the other one. But the problem is going to be getting 10 power right. I do not think that we can do, because they are playing 3 cards for sure. How do they have 6 cards in hand? Oh, because they have Hellcow. That's right. We know they're going to play 2 swarms and an Apocalypse this turn. So this will only be 9. We don't even win right. We just have to run, fortunately. What's really important against these discard decks, chat, is that you essentially know on the final turn what their power output is. There's some trickery sometimes with if they play Chavez or Apocalypse and they have a Dracula down, but Almost all the time you're on top. Because you sent Sentinels over, I didn't play Master Mode. Man. Oh, I sent Sentinels over with this. That's right. That makes sense. Master Mode seems annoying. I should have got him this morning. I think the card is very bad. If I'm being honest with you. I think he only belongs in Ronan decks, and I don't think this deck is all that good. I think this deck is fine. This deck is better than I thought it was. As far as like me playing it so far, 25 games in. It feels better than I thought it was going to be. But it still doesn't feel... I would not spend tokens on any cards for this, personally. I think there's much better options that you can do. Pretty good. It's a really bad card half the time. Yeah, it's like a 2/2 and like the Sentinels can be a downside, right? Like the Sentinels can be good for your opponent to have the option of playing the Sentinels. It's tough, man. Is that a player not sure if AI or not play Sentry on final turn when he had 2 lanes on me? Yeah. Sometimes you just mess up and play Sentry, dude. It'll happen. Let's try and go here. This way they can't stop our Ronan left. Already snapped up. Our Ronan left's gonna be pretty rough on them. Okay. Bit annoying. But here we are. Just slam the Ronan this turn. We have a lot of time. We have a lot of time. We gotta remember. Maybe hold the Ronan. Let's hold the Ronan. Because we have a lot of time. We can play these on like the final turn together, right? You just get the Zabu established. You can play Zabu left if you want. Seems good. She had a game where he played him and the opponent played Collector the same turn. Yeah, it's rough, dude. It's rough for certain. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna Enchantress right. We'll Doctor Doom next turn. Probably. Finish off with Ronan Mystique. Master Mode should be a 2/3 himself. I definitely agree with that. I think that he's pretty damn weak currently. Alright, we'll play cards. Play cards. I think I'd rather have the Mystique copy the Ronan, I think. Oh, maybe not. No, Darkhawk is guaranteed 8 on the Mystique. I think we'd rather have that. And then we could get Iron Lad or Rock Slide draw is really good. We'd rather have the Darkhawk guaranteed from the Mystique than the other one. Gonna bully you again on Snap tonight? I don't know, man. Get in the queue, we'll see. How you doing, King Mulg? They did change the effect of Crystal. She's now a 4/4 that has each player draw a card. Still bad. But maybe less bad. Fulfill right, huh? Okay. Monkey. I don't think they're going to be able to affect this, though. They're by far the worst draw here. There's a really bad draw. We lose if they have a buff, but I don't think you can fit buffing in with this deck. Rough, dude. Is there any way we could have won that? Doom. Should've just doomed. I should have just doomed. Get ahead here. Try to win all 3 lanes though. Would I ever go skydiving? I have, or I would. I've never been though. Did you put Crystal in his deck? Nope. Bad card. Crystal also has anti-synergy with Darkhawk. Most of the time when people are just like coming here coming here just like yelling about what card I should add, they don't realize like that you have to appease both Darkhawk and Ronan with the cards that you add. That's why the only Ronan card is Master Mold, because it also can help with stopping draws from Darkhawk. That's how the synergy works. Make him eat some rocks. Hit him with some rocks, left and right. And with the 1-2 punch, Ricky Rocky. Curious why Darkhawk decks don't run Black Widow. The problem with Black Widow in a Darkhawk deck is that, like, if you're running only Darkhawk, sometimes it's worth it. But you're running a 2-1 to get +2 on your Darkhawk. Right? So you're basically playing a 2-3 that stops your opponent from drawing a card if you play the Darkhawk. It's not as good as you'd want it to be. Yeah, the bounce deck has Widow and Hawk, for sure. You can run it if you're running like a pure Darkhawk deck, but most of them have found that things like Roxanne and Korg are just better. Wow, they got the Korg rock. What a piece. Iron Lad can be Ronan, Master Mold, and Sarah Cosmo. All of which are quite good. I think we're always dooming on turn 6. Pretty much always dooming on turn 6, right? The Darkhawk's too good to pass that. Darkhawk's not that good for them, so I don't really mind giving them like a 4-6, essentially. We'll just go Darkhawk into like Mystique something, probably. Unbelievably rude of my opponent. Now we just try and win middle and hope that they don't have Dr. Doom, I think is the play. Lad to get Cosmo right. We didn't have priority. Wouldn't have mattered. Unless you bounce the Widow, she's just bad. I mean, my deck yesterday, when you're like trying to wave and re-trigger the Widow, she had some really, really cool stuff. Are move decks off meta? I would say so. I would say they're probably like a tier 3 or tier 4 deck, usually like the best move decks. Like tier 3 or tier 4. Certainly you can climb with them once you get comfortable with them. Plenty of people make infinite with move every season. But just it's a bit of work that goes into it, I would say. Worth running this deck if you don't have Doom, Lad, or Mystique? No, not this particular deck. You could build a similarly themed deck with like mold and all that. Bitch. Have you played Sarah yet? Not often, yeah. She seems a little bit like a sore thumb as well. Maybe I should be aiming to play her more. That game I knew I was just playing Doom on 6. You play Sarah in games where you're not going to Doom on 6. That game I was always Dooming on 6. I've played her a few times though. She's been powerful. She's also a great Iron Lad hit, which is why she's in the deck. Move decks will dominate soon? I don't know, man. I think if Doom decks or move decks get too good, then people just start playing counters to move, like Professor X's and stuff like that, and then you just kind of get eaten alive. I think that with the new cards that are getting added, though, it'll definitely push them into a very good spot. We'll see how it is, but I don't think a move deck will ever be tier 1. I think move is both too hard to play and too easy to counter to be a tier 1 deck. Ba-da-da-dum. You're just playing a Kia here? We have priority. We've been doing really well playing Cosmo on the Angela lane with priority. Yeah, locations disrupt move pretty bad as well. Yeah, this has been really solid. This has been really good. Just completely blocking them. Cosmo on turn 3 is pretty good. That is very funny. Okay. Okay, we'll get the Darkhawk situated in Milano with the Cosmo. Throwing a Korg on their deck. I'm really happy with my snap. We could potentially just end up Dr. Dooming. Master Mold is very bad here. I think Ronan's great though. Ronan's absolutely wonderful. I think we take Ronan to fight this collector because their whole thing is going to be adding cards to their hand, and that's just kind of dope in many ways. Let's think about our Iron Lad though. We could get Sarah, Mystique, Rockslide. Ooh. Mystique, Rockslide, and Sarah are all premium Iron Lad hits. But I think we can Ronan first still. And then we can Iron Lad and something next turn. Ooh, look at how big they're making my Ronan for me. Chonking up that Ronan. Keep that Ronan chonking. Get your body right. Okay, so they have a 4 cost and a 5 cost in their hands. The Agent Coulson's, those cards are probably not going to get played. They have a Kitty Pride. You know that they have those 3 cards, and then just whatever else they have. So my guess is they'll probably end up with 4 cards, so I think the Mystique is certainly worth it. Nothing to Enchantress. I also think about Dooming. And I feel like we've been... The problem is Doom doesn't win left. This could either hit Master Mold or Rockslide, either affecting the Darkhawk and the Ronan. Let's go. Ugh. If this hits the Sarah, we're in trouble. If this hits either the Darkhawk or the Rockslide, I think we're going to be okay. Their kitty's tiny. I think I'd rather do this than go right. Yeah, I think we did well to fight for this really hard. All right, if this hits the Sarah, we're in trouble. Rockslide is great, doubling up that Darkhawk. Bang bang. Enchantress Rite is scary. Let's see if there can be 12 left. Kitty wasn't very big. They don't have a demon. This is anti-synergy for them. Very good game. Very good game. Very good game there. Oh, feeling good. I'm starting to wake up a little bit here. Can you tell? Is that a Kitty Dino deck? Yeah, I mean that might have been, honestly, that might have been my Kitty Dino deck with Enchantress. I wouldn't say mine, but it would be pretty similar to one that I posted yesterday. I'm trying to think. No, they had Falcon. No, that was more of a bounce focused Kitty deck, I think. But I think it was probably a bounce dinosaur Kitty version. Interesting. Yeah, no, very different than my deck that I posted yesterday. Those deck, but King Master Mold seems like an off-curve play. And we're learning, man. We are learning. The whole goal today is to try and understand the deck. All right, we already cost them a draw, which is great. The Master Mold already got on a draw. Brooklyn loves me? Oh, let's go. Brooklyn. Love to hear that. We'll go Cosmo right with priority, hopefully stopping on reveal. Is he just out of his mind stopping these on reveals with Cosmo? He's just too damn good at it, chat. He's just incredibly good. Thank you for the win. Well played, sir. We will catch you at a later date. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I have gotten so many Cosmo snipes today. I think like, let's see. I've won 14 games with this deck. I think 3 or 4 of them have been on Cosmo snipes. You always seem to draw Zabu to be played on 2 with this deck. Then the deck's probably going to go really well for you, man. You hate Cosmo? Cosmo's great for the game. Cosmo's very important for the game. You should respect the good doggo and all the joy that he brings. We'll play Cosmo. Want to play it left? Play it left. We don't have initiative. They'll probably play here. We'll play it. Ugh. Because I might want to play on reveals there. Yeah, I think we play it off, which kind of sucks. Then we play Iron Lad there next turn. Okay, Iron Lad can still be an absolute killer. The problem with Cosmo left is that, like, I also wanted to play Iron Lad there, and then I couldn't, and then I'd have to play him off, and then maybe I play Ronan there, but maybe I'm overcommitting, and maybe if they get a bunch of cards on Moira Island, we're already in trouble. There's just a lot of things to think about with making that call. Scorpidor. Maximus. Tough. Tough. Can't beat Surfer. We're on the left. Go here, though. Let's play it in the right order in case we top deck Mystique. Sarah for a crazy discount? Yeah. I mean, I guess I probably should have just played Sarah there, right? I think we'll probably play all of our cards anyway. Yeah, no, I definitely should have played Sarah there. It's a great call. Just as the opponent did. Or maybe he's insanely smart. Think about that. Ooh, get enchanted. Still have Elysian though, so. Still not going to be easy to win. We could just Doom, right? Like, Doom is solid, but I feel like they're going to play at least 3 cards. This Ronan's going to be like 6 power. Also, they have 6 cards in their deck. They could not have Surfer. We might just go Doom. I think Doom's best, because the Ronan would have been just 4 power, right? Oh, we're going to win left if they Surfer. Wow. No, we're not! You piece! Oh. Doom doesn't tie left, almost always, right? Because of Surfer. But because we put so many rocks in their deck, I think it's worth a try in case they didn't draw it. Yeah, if they just had Surfer there, no Fantastic, we were golden. Golden pony boy. Think about taking Enchantress out for Howard? I don't know if I would go with Howard, but I think that Wave is an interesting idea as a... Either get an early Sarah, you can wave into Sarah, get an early Sarah and then pop off. Or you can wave on 5 as a lockdown tech against decks like this with Kitty Pryde. Okay, Cosmo with priority per usual. We'll go middle. think that most likely they're playing on Asgard if they're going to play anywhere. This could be their Angela Kitty lane, though. It could be Angela Kitty. Or it could be stopping their best, as one does. How does he do it, chat? How does he do it? Many people are asking this. We get the Darkhawk down and we followed up with the Mystique left is pretty devastating. Yeah, especially with Doom in the deck, like just Wave in the Doom is just really good, right? Play like Zabu, Darkhawk, Iron Lad, Wave, Mold, Doom. Chunky Hawk. Chunky Hawk is chunky. I think this is probably our best play. Next turn's probably Iron Lad, Rock Slide. We could potentially guarantee a Doom as well, which is pretty crazy. Very happy with my snap. Left might be a bit of an issue, but we can guarantee Doom next turn if we want it. If we want Doom next turn, we can guarantee it. They often don't draw because they have to play 3 cards with Kitty to beat the Mold. Panda's Hole, what happens to Kitty prior to the beginning of the turn? She just vibes. I think we're in a great spot. I don't know why they're snapping back. I think I'm going to take out Enchantress from Wave. That's my plan. What's their win condition? Why did they snap? How do they win left? There's no way they win left, right? They could somehow find a way to win middle with Kitty. Kitty's like 10 power, right? Doom Rock Slide? Pretty hard to say no to Doom Rock Slide, huh? Pretty hard to say no to Doom Rock Slide. This just adds 4. This adds 9. This adds probably about 9 anyway. Yeah, it's probably just best. Because if they play 4 cards, this is 9 anyway. So we're adding the same amount plus fighting for right, guaranteeing left. Well, so like the Rock Slide adds 13. You don't worry. I think it's what's really important. I don't know what their thought process was for staying in there, but thank you for the cubes, I suppose. So like this is a trap I feel like people have trouble with. And you may or may not fall into this trap. I'm just explaining how I feel like a lot of people have traps when it comes to games like this. Like you're saying Rock Slide is 13 because of the Mystique. The Mystique is irrelevant, right? Like you shouldn't think of Rock Slide as 13 because the stats that you're adding to Mystique are irrelevant. This happens a lot with Doom when people don't play Doom properly. When you're playing Doom on turn 6 and it only effectively adds power to 2 lanes, let's say you're down 6 in one lane. You're one lane, you're down 6. Doom doesn't affect that lane at all unless they do something weird where they lower their own power. It's like that Doom is really effectively only getting you 10 power because you're only getting the Doom bots, the one Doom bot and the original Doom. The third Doom bot that you're the third 5 power card that you're getting doesn't actually do anything for you, right? So it's important to think about things like that. Like there's no reason to consider the fact that Rock Slide adds more to Mystique into this equation for what we should play. You have to focus on which parts of the play are very important to you. If that makes sense. They would have won left without Rock Slide Doom. Yeah. I think the Doom was very important to play there, which I almost missed. Cringe take, total power is often relevant. It's okay, dude. It's not often relevant, actually. It's very not often that it's relevant. I would say 1 in 20 games come down to like a tiebreaker for total power. So if you think that 1 in 20 games, you should consider that extra 4 power that you're adding to Mystique, then like that's your prerogative. I'm just trying to make people better at Marvel Snap, not trying to win on a technicality. Hello from Brazil. Yo, what's up, Bruno? Welcome in. Yeah, Jordan's right. Huge brain. So true and based. Yeah, winning the game is much more relevant. Very true. Probably even less than 1 in 20. I think 1 in 20 is pretty fair. I think 1 in 20 is pretty fair, where it comes down to one of the locations as a tie. It might even be more than that, but it's probably around 1 in 20. It might be less. Yeah, it might be less. Zabu into Rock Slide is always a very solid pair of turns. Is Master Mode worth 3K? I definitely do not think so, personally. Feels like 1 in 12. Might be 1 in 12. I wanted that Iron Lad. I wish you hadn't done that, but I understand that you had to. Didn't have a choice. You only need to win 2 locations by 1. It's like when you lost with a massive Black Panther. Very true, yeah. I got 2,000 power. I got 2 billion power that game, but I still lost. How is that possible? Probably the same people who think early and Thursday don't rhyme. True and based. No Enchantress? Bonka. What to do here? Ronan has 3 cards in hand. They've been playing low curve stuff the whole game. We can Ronan, which tries to force a win, right? I think that's our best play. We could also Sarah, but I don't really have a good follow-up to Sarah. I'm very confident. I don't know how they win. Enchantress. Enchantress is how they win. Enchantress is indeed how they win. Do you think they have Enchantress yet? I think we're just dumpstered by Enchantress, so I think we just take the L if they have it. Total power will matter in 2 weeks when Living Tribunal comes out, though? Not really. Bonka bonka. Love me a Master Mold win. That's a big Master Mold game right there. That is a nice Master Mold game. We've been looking for a good one. That Master Mold came in super clutch to finish out the Ronan thing. Mystique Mold is a great finisher. Obviously, Mystique Maximus is the OG super powerful Ronan finisher, but it is nice that Master Mold you can play a bit earlier. But yeah, someone said unless you're a Ronan enthusiast to the person saying Master Mold. Yeah, if you're a huge Ronan enthusiast, I'll watch the Ben Brode video in 45 more minutes. We gotta collect a few more games for the YouTubes. Deck feels Pog. It's doing better than I expected. It's seeing a 53% win rate, and we've gone up 1 rank, which isn't too bad. We haven't faced any bots, so this is all against humans. It does feel crazy that I'm like at infinite 122. I don't feel like I've changed too much about how I've been playing over the last like 3 months, but I just keep kind of climbing, you know? Could you fit Crystal in that deck? You could. Would it make the deck worse? I absolutely believe so. Someone mentioned Crystal in a dinosaur Ronin hybrid, and that is how I'm going to use Crystal at some point next week. We'll take the Snappy of Zabu on 2. Good card. Zabu into rocks. Like if their goal right now, if what they're hype on is that they're gonna get like a crazy lockjaw turn, hopefully the rocks can you know beat them up a little bit. Tribunal is a huge trap. Playing for 3 lanes is often worse than 2. So the thing that Tribunal is meant for, in my opinion, is to do like a crazy combo with like Iron Man Mystique something in 1 lane and then like try and play the Living Tribunal. Yeah, we had this locked down. And we get a Cosmo it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. And we get a Cosmo their Lockjaw. Oh, baby. No draws for you, sir. Opponent wants to draw, but he's saying, no, no, no. Do not draw. I didn't even try and draw, you piece. At least their Odin didn't trigger. Get it, chat? Doesn't really matter. Go Sarah mid. Grand Central's really bad for us. Grand Central's pretty damn bad, to be honest. Each could be worse. Oofs. This probably wins, right? Very often. The Darkhawk's 20 power. It's enormous. They have to be 12. They dinosaur, we're in a lot of trouble. Man, maybe they're gonna dinosaur here. But if they dinosaur, wouldn't they just dinosaur left? How about where I Darkhawk? Darkhawk right. Love that. Love that for me. Huge Darkhawk. I almost missed Darkhawk right. Thank you. Lad first doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. Not real. Very smart heads of play. Whoever said Darkhawk right. Very, very clutch. Who is that? Who's getting the Fat Pinks W? Legacy. Great call out. Great call out. That one's for you. Bum ba da dum bum. Let me grab I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Brought my other child back. Lolo, say hi. Say hi to everyone, Lilith. Very good bean. What were you doing? Were you sleeping on Mama's pillow? Were you sleeping on your mama's pillow? Because you're so sad that she's not here and you're waiting for her to come back? Thanks. Any interest in playing Marvel Midnight Suns? No, not particularly. Their Quinjet deck, so mold is horrific. Marvel Midnight Suns looks fine. I would have literally just given them +2 in the collector. I have to pass. This is probably a retreat. I don't really like XCOM style games. I played a little bit of XCOM 2 because it was free on Epic Game Store. So I played like 2 or 3 hours of it. Just didn't really vibe with it. Plus I watched about 20 hours of Northern Lion already playing Marvel Midnight Suns. So I don't really have too much interest in it. Funky. Bunka bunka. Got a free She-Hulk. Cheater. Iron Lad high roll is how we win. So let's play that. We need Marvel Heroes back? I don't know what that is. Marvel Heroes. You love XCOM style games, and you probably really like Marvel Midnight Suns. And I think it's really cheap right now, Thorborg. I think it's like 50% off or something. Like 30 bucks maybe right now. Anyone have the sauce? Want to buy tiers so bad, but you're worried you'll no longer be productive? If your worry is that it will take over your life, it is very often the case with that game. It's incredibly good. Zabu's not great, but it was like kind of acceptable, I suppose. We'll Enchantress our own Zabu to Enchantress their Quinjet. I think it's worth. And then we will... Do we just give ourselves Master Mold triggers? I guess. Give ourselves Sentinels? I guess... Nah, I shouldn't have done this with the Collector. But maybe we just give up on the middle? I don't know, man. Yeah, Mold is 3k now. New Mystique Cosmo Zabu. Yeah, we are busted. Now, they might not have great plays, but I think we even lose to just full pass, maybe. We had 13 left, they full pass, they get to 15. I guess we would win if they full pass, but... I don't like it. I don't like it. Marvel Heroes had your favorite version of Cyclops ever in a video game. What is Marvel Heroes? What, I don't know what that is. The Diablo style MMO. Thank you. Cool. I don't know. It's probably fun. I like genre. I feel like Marvel games in general have been pretty lackluster for the most part. But recently there's been some really good ones. I guess that Guardians of the Galaxy game is supposedly actually really fun. What's the Broad video that others are referring to? I have a bunch of Ben Broad videos. I have one where I interview him on this season on my YouTube channel. I have 3 where we battle, and then I have 1 where we co-op. And I still have some footage from Ben Broad that I will be releasing in the next couple of weeks. I don't know, at some point. Guardians game is super good. Wow. Look forward to playing that Guardians game in 3 years, and it's on sale for 10 bucks. It's free on one of the PS5 things I have. I think PS5 Plus. I think PS Plus, it's free. So I believe I downloaded it. I think Ms. Binks might play it a little bit. Midnight Suns is dookie. I mean, I feel like Midnight Suns is a game that is not for everyone. Oh, dookie, that's so rude. How rude. Double Sarah Onslaughts feels really good. We stop at a draw here as well. It's a weird snap, but like they're in a bit of trouble. Let's see. Isn't there a Doom deck? They're probably okay. We're kind of fine against Sandman, right? We could basically just say, like, if you are trying to fight for middle, we could just win. We just play Ronan in one spot and Darkhawk in the other, and we're just kind of vibing. I think we're just too big if we do this. If they play Dinosaur left into Doom, we might be into some trouble. This is a bit annoying. they can't Doom here. Their best play is probably Dinosaur, which wins left. It's a huge, huge issue. I think Doom is terrible if they play it. Oh, it's just tough, man. I can Iron Lad for Doom, potentially. So I have to play around a few things, right? Doom is the obvious one. Obvious to play around Doom. I might have to play around Arnim Zola. I'm not... I'll take the L to Arnim Zola if they play it. It's really strong. I can't... for me, if I was playing, right, I would hate to play Doom here. Playing Doom here feels like shit. Because then if they play right, we just get crushed. But if they play like a Dinosaur left, which is what I would think would be the best play, then I could beat it with a Darkhawk middle. But then we lose to Doom. But I think it would be silly to play Doom here. I think Doom is such a hard play to make because then you just lose to them playing anything right. I think we call out that they're going to play Dinosaur left and then we win. Son of a bitch. Wait. Oh, leader. I didn't think about leader. That's terrible. It's really stupid of me. Leader, we actually won if we Darkhawked right. Player on Doom. Tough. Arrow mid hurts. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about arrow or leader, which is bad. If I was thinking about leader, I should have played right. So that was just a misplay on my end. Are you the only content creator Ben Brode is playing with? Do you two know each other? He has made content with Kawa Tech before. So Kawa had him on Jeopardy. I was also on that Jeopardy. He has made some content with Eggs before. He was on Eggs' stream and they played. He's played with Shroud. So basically I'm Shroud in many ways. But I'm just really lucky. I think me and Ben get along really well. I think he just really likes my content. Which I'm incredibly privileged to be in that position. But I'm pretty sure it's just like he really, really likes my content. So he enjoys watching me. And therefore... Essentially the way that I started talking to him is that he tweeted about a game that we had. He tweeted about a game we had super early, like late at night, because I played him in Ego on ladder. And then he tweeted me about the Ego game. And then I made a YouTube video about the Ego game. And in the intro to the YouTube video, I asked him to add me on Twitter, to follow me on Twitter. And then he followed me on Twitter. And then I used that to DM him and ask him to do the first collab that we did. And then we started like talking and DMing. So that's kind of how I got that's kind of how I connected with Ben initially. The Iron Lad is just really good here, right? Could hit Zabu, Sarah, Ronan, Cosmo. Do we have priority? We don't, but that's fine. How did the rock die? With collapsed mines. Collapsed mines, it says destroy your rocks, not destroy your rocks that were created from this location. You almost baited me. Close. Close. It was a valiant effort. I really needed to find some way to get ahead here, but what we can do is just hope that a Doom is enough, I think. Opponent snapped. Son of a bee. So even if they... So let's say they Juggernaut right. And then they eventually play Killmonger Silver Surfer. They will have 5. They will get +4. They will go to 9. They'll get +2. They will go to 11. It will tie the Iron Lad. Well, hopefully we end up having enough. We can't play anything on here, but I guess we can go Darkhawk left into like Mystique middle and something. Probably our best chance for victory. Yeah, they full went right. This is 15 power, all going middle. I think we're fine there. Let me just throw the Zabu left and hope that 12 left is enough. I don't think there's any combination of two cards that can beat us here. I think we're fine. I think it's Jug middle. Could be Jug middle. We beat the Surfer. Look at our Mystique piece. Look at her. Look at me. Take a cheeky 4. Take a cheeky 4. Yeah, we lose in the Jug there. That's a really good point. Juggernaut was pretty goated. They either don't run it in their deck or they didn't have it. Either way, huge W. 123. What the hell is going on, dude? What the fuck? We're so high. We're so high. Or was gonna do like the whole victory lap from 70 to infinite. Yeah, Rex says I was doing some Ireland tests today, did some pretty cursed things. What was cursed? What do you think happens when there are two cards with America Chavez's text in the deck? What do you think would happen if there are two cards with America Chavez's text in the deck? Let me read America Chavez. That's a great question. Let me read Chavez. Oh, you probably draw them both, right? Draw this on turn 6. Probably draw them both. This is great testing, though. I'd love to hear the answer. Only drew one, not both. Very interesting, yeah. You should yell at Glenn on Twitter about it. Just spam him. And freak out at him. No one do that. That was just a joke. How does that happen? I'm gonna guess what they did was they shuffled the deck. They got so it's Chavez wasn't the bottom card. They then lockjawed the Iron Lad, which had Chavez's text. Am I right? Did I get wrecked? That's exactly how. God damn it, he's so smart and talented. What happens with Mysterio's text? That's really interesting as well. Master Mold worth 3,000 tokens. If you're a huge Ronan fan, I think he probably goes in just about every Ronan deck. If you are not a huge Ronan fan, I think the card is bad. I think the card is very bad outside of Ronan decks. Yeah, I am very confused as to what would happen with the Mysterio thing. I bet it would just do nothing. Because it's like a name. Mold goes in this deck and that's about it. Yeah, very true. I bet it does nothing. That would be my guess as to what would happen. It would just like fizzle. Mysterio was crazy. It played 3 clones and became a normal 4 power Mysterio. Then it crashed my game. Oh, you were playing battle mode against yourself. Couldn't get back until the next BM round started. That's awesome, dude. That's so cool. Thank you for doing this testing, Get Wrecked. This is actually really cool stuff. You should record it and give it to me for free content. No, just kidding. But you should record it and like post it on Twitter. I think that's really cool, and I think that people would really, really like to see that stuff. Oh, it was versus Browd and you took a video? Yo, pod. Okay. Iron Lad can hit Darkhawk, Cosmo, Rockslide, Mold. We don't have priority, which is a bit iffy, but I think this is just really strong. You're going to be really upset you play that Enchantress this turn. We just go Sarah into Darkhawk Mystique. You def report the Iron Lad Mysterio crash. I mean, like the odds of that happening in the real context of the game and not to do it as a joke is I can't even imagine what situation would happen where that would be the case. Unbelievably rude of my opponent, by the way. Yeah, this is still an 8-power card. Still wins here. I think 16 power, it's pretty good. They have no other way of destroying my cards. If they don't play something that's more than 8 power left, we definitely win. If they play something more than 8 power left, we're probably in trouble. Kind of what it will come down to. Yeah, I think we win this. Because this is going to flip 6 power. And then this ties. So we win by just enough. Unless M'Baku. Unless there's an M'Baku. Look at that, chat. We beat a deck that played both Enchantress and Shang-Chi. Amazing. Sarah came in really handy there, too. Let's watch the Ben Brode video. Shall we? Anyway, if you guys are here just to watch me play Marvel Snap and you're going to leave because you're going to watch a 1-hour talk on Ben Brode talking about game design, doing some commentary on it as well. If you want to leave before that, that's totally fine. I get it. Well, a lot of people just want to be here to watch me play Marvel Snap. If you do, though, if you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream on your way out. It really, really helps. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. I don't have any partnership or affiliation with Twitch. So all of my streams are ad-free and 100% free for you to enjoy. And I don't make any money off of them. So following is just the best way that you can help out and be there already. Yeah, if you've already seen the video and you don't want to watch it, that's totally cool too. Totally understand. Also, make sure you check out the YouTube if you're watching on Twitch and you don't follow me on YouTube already. I post YouTube videos every day. I posted a really awesome Hyper Discard Wong deck this morning. Just trying to really push to get good videos out every single day there. It'd be really important to me if you follow that. But go ahead and exit out here. Bum, 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 bum. Probably going like what, just chatting, I think would be the... We'll just call it Marvel Snap still. I don't care. Even though we're not, it's still Marvel Snap adjacent, so we'll just stay in the Marvel Snap category. What is it called? Watching the Marvel Snap GDC 2023 talk. We'll just stay in the Marvel Snap category. It kind of makes sense. People aren't that much of sticklers. Rhetorical, a rhetorical question? What, me saying, is this the best Ronan deck? I don't know, it's just kind of like clickbait in many ways. Yeah. I think I found a pretty good thing for my titles of just like asking a question or like saying something incredibly vague. Where it's not necessarily clickbaity, but it gets you interested in clicking the video, which I've done for the last 2 videos, and both of them have done very well. Go throw a bikini on and go do pools and hot tubs. I think I'm good. You know, if people want to do that, more power to you. I don't think that's kind of my vibe. We'll put on some SimCity music. That's exciting. Anyone watch SimCity ever? Binksy. I don't think there's any music to the Ben Brode one, so we'll just have this on in the background. Let's go ahead and grab this window capture. Properties. this bad boy right here. It'll probably fit pretty comfortably in here. We might cover some things up, but this should be fine. How long the game took from inception to beta? Yeah, it was 4 years, man. All right, we'll do a little YouTube intro to start as well. In case we put this on the YouTube. I hope that we can. I'll reach out to GDC and double check that that's okay with them. All right, we are going to be watching the Designing Marvel Snap GDC 2023 talk by the one and only Ben Brode. The link to the original video is in the description. Make sure you check them out and check out some of the other talks that were there. But let's get into it. I like Ben. I'm very interested in hearing about this. I've been wanting to watch this for a while, so very exciting.
My name is Ben Brode. I've got a clicker. Okay, here we go.
He's Ben Brode. Oh yeah, he said he didn't have a voice the whole time.
There we go. Okay. I'm the Chief Development Officer at Second Dinner, where over the last 5 years we made Marvel Snap. Before that, I spent the last 15 years at Blizzard doing QA and other things for Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft, Diablo 2, and some other stuff. But I spent most of my time there on Hearthstone, where I was the first game designer and eventually the game director on that game. I also have a successful rap career on YouTube, but I'm mostly known for having a weird laugh. This is holding up better than I thought. So far, so good. Okay. Okay. So this talk is about how we designed Marvel Snap. It took us a little over 4 years, and over the next hour, I'm going to talk about everything we tried, the stuff that worked, the stuff that didn't work, and everything I learned from that process. Mostly about the core gameplay of Marvel Snap.
Interesting.
And I was going to show you an outline, but instead I'm just going to show you every slide in the presentation. That's it. That's the whole presentation. And as you can see, there's no cute cat images, so keep your expectations low, please.
Messed up.
Marvel Snap is a
I haven't seen this yet, no.
first super fast digital collectible card game where players compete to win 2 out of 3 locations by playing cards to locations and trying to add up all their power from their cards to get the highest total power on their side.
Look at that old font.
It's some crazy stuff like make all of our cards in 3D. But one of the biggest things that we did is add this cool betting and bluffing mechanic with the cube, where you could snap on it to double the stakes of the game.
1-1 Quicksilver.
How many of y'all have tried Marvel Snap?
Woo!
Wow, okay, I'll buy you a copy.
Claps! Woo!
Okay, so step 1, inspiration. Designers are like chefs. For the most part, we don't invent new ingredients. We take ingredients that already exist and combine them in new and exciting ways. For example, you might give 2 different chefs flour, water, tomato, basil, and cheese, and one of them might make pizza. The other one might make pasta. But the pasta chef wouldn't go to the pizza chef and say, Ray, I invented flour. All right, that's my thing. You took flour from me. It's not about inventing new ingredients. It's about how we mix them. And sometimes people find really exciting ways to mix old ingredients, like this fellow online I found who has a recipe for basil tomato cheesecake.
What the hell?
So as fans of games, we gather ingredients naturally as we play games. But I wanted to talk about how I approach ingredient gathering differently as I start a new project. So I'm going to talk about how we did this for Marvel Snap. But one of the things we tried on Snap, some of the things we tried on Snap were either the result of lessons I learned on my time on Hearthstone that worked really well for us, or the result of some hard lessons I learned while on Hearthstone that I want to do it a little differently for Snap. So I'm going to tell a few Hearthstone stories along the way here, starting with my first visit to the supermarket 15 years ago. So
That's a big pineapple, dude.
15 years ago is when we started working on Hearthstone, and this is before the App Store existed,
15 years ago?
before the iPad was announced. In 2008, when people talked about mobile games, they were talking about Game Boy games. So the first thing I did when I joined the Hearthstone team was play literally every game in the digital collectible card game genre.
I love that first, dude. That is awesome, man.
And I learned a ton from
I
playing
love
it.
that.
Sometimes I found a new ingredient I was excited to try. Sometimes I just found out I didn't
Makes
like
a lot of
onions or
sense.
something. But that's still really valuable. For example, I didn't know that I wouldn't enjoy a grid-based card combat system in a collectible card game until I played all these games. And it's way cheaper to learn that lesson by playing someone else's games than to prototype it yourself and learn it that way. But despite there having been a fair number of digital collectible card games in 2008, most of the inspirations for Hearthstone came from physical games. So here's the recipe for Hearthstone's core gameplay. We took a lot of ingredients from the World of Warcraft trading card game, like the card types, direct attacking, sticky damage, the win condition. A really important ingredient from Battle Spirits, which is being re-released soon, which is the mana system. And then we came up with a few important innovations like hero powers, no responses, weapon durability, the fatigue mechanic, and general low complexity.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really cool things in Hearthstone that I think are really important. I think the mana system is great where you don't have to play lands, right? Like how Magic's kind of like the core one. I think the mana system, I've always preferred games like that where you just kind of get like mana or energy over time. The hero powers was really important with Hearthstone in my opinion. No responses, I think, is what I like about card games, because anytime I play a card game where after everything you do, you have to ask the opponent if they want to do anything, and they look at their cards like, I don't know. You know, I think that that's really tough, and I like really strict things, man. Fatigue is interesting, and low complexity I think is really important.
So I asked Mike Elliott, who is the designer on Battle Spirits, how he comes up with new ideas for games, because he's designed like hundreds of board and card games, and I have not designed hundreds of games. So I was like, how do you do it? How do you go? And he told me he gets all of his game ideas from games conventions. He just walks the show floor where everyone's showing off all their new stuff that they've been working on. And he just lets ideas come to him. He just soaks them up. And when he leaves the convention, he's got like 12 new ideas for games. This is a supermarket. It's full of ingredients. So this is a picture of Gen Con, where I went in 2008 or 9, and this is where I discovered Battle Spirits, which ended up becoming a big inspiration for Hearthstone. So I used Mike's technique to find and become inspired by his game, which I thought was kind of cool. So I worked on Hearthstone for about 6 years before it shipped, but I missed the launch party for Hearthstone because my son was born that day. And we hadn't launched on mobile yet, but I got a special build of the game on my phone, and I spent a lot of time playing Hearthstone on my phone while I was holding my son in the other hand. And being a dad really changed the way that I could play games. I couldn't just sit in front of my computer for 4 hours raiding. I had to get my games in the park or
I bet he did too.
the bathroom. So Clash Royale came out a couple years later, and I was super jealous of Clash Royale.
Yeah, Ben was huge in the whole idea behind Hearthstone. He's a huge part of it. Dude, Clash Royale seems fun. I should play this game sometime. I know Ronan, who does Hearthstone stuff, he started to do like Clash Royale content. I think is really cool.
Because if you have 5 minutes, you are 100% sure you can get a game of Clash Royale in. And I thought that was just brilliant. And then 5 years ago, Hamilton and I, Hamilton was the EP on Hearthstone. He's the CEO of Second Dinner. Set out to build a new company and try something new. And we didn't know that we were going to make a collectible card game. But once we decided to do that, I once again found myself playing every mobile digital collectible card game I could find. So here's all the games I was playing in 2018. And that game on the left, Card Monsters 3-Minute Duels, is really cool.
Any of these games.
Has anyone played that game?
Does Molt play Clash Royale? Yeah, he has 2 million subs on his Clash Royale account. I don't know any of these games, dude. I guess Elder Scrolls Legends I've heard of. I guess I've seen a couple people play Shadowverse. I've never heard of or played any of these games. Crazy. Yeah, Molt was enormous Clash Royale YouTuber.
Oh my gosh, what up?
He still is. He still has a Clash Royale channel. It's quite big, and he still posts on.
It's great. It's a vertical, mobile, digital, collectible card game. And in some ways, it was the proof I was looking for that there was something really cool in the space. So, what was the recipe? Wow, my voice is better when I talk deep. What was the recipe for Marvel Snap?
That always makes me smile,
dude. What ingredients did we gather? This is the mystery I'm setting up to pull y'all through the rest of my presentation here. So we had a bunch of ingredients running around in our heads, and it was time to prototype. So this is what the first prototype for Marvel Snap looked like. I'm serious. Okay, so we were sitting around brainstorming game ideas, and Hamilton said, you know, I've always wanted to play a turn-based strategy game with the backgammon doubling cube. And so I booted up Hearthstone, and every turn of the game, Hamilton said, you know, would you double the cube right now? If your opponent doubled the cube, would you concede? And we got to immediately feel the impact of that mechanic without having to build anything. And through those initial playtests, we realized a couple things about this doubling mechanic. It increased the emotional range, right? Instead of just 1 star per match, you're playing for potentially a lot more stars. We spent less time losing, right? In a normal game, if you have like a 5% chance to win, you got to play that all the way out, right? Because you might win. And that period of time where you're like probably going to lose can be pretty grueling.
Less time losing is such a elegant way of putting it. It's so true, actually. Like, I love when people snap and I can leave the game. It's so great. You turn it up a bit, it's as loud as it can go. Does it still need a little bit of juice? I can give it a little bit more juice. Give it a little more juice.
Like the final 6 hours of a game of Monopoly. But when you're incentivized to bail out because you're going to lose less cubes, you can just leave, and you spend less time in that grueling zone. Games that you don't play all the way to completion are faster, obviously. But there was 2 other things that I think had a really big impact that I'm going to dig into a little bit more. So the first is zero sum is zero fun. If 2 players play a game and one of them wins and the other loses, and it is as fun to win as it is not fun to lose, you have created net zero joy. You just moved happiness from one person to another. So we were trying to avoid this situation. There's a bunch of ways to tackle this. The first is bots. It's one of the easiest ways to avoid zero sum because you just have a player who's winning and nobody's losing. So I really like PUBG Mobile. I've played a lot of PUBG Mobile, and
I love that. I actually talk about this quite a bit. I talk about this quite a bit when people ask me about ladder anxiety and ladder stress. Is that a lot of people look at games like this, and I think that this can really, really wreck you if you're happy when you're winning and sad when you're losing. This is why I talk about learning to love losing, learning to be happy with your play even if you lose. Like earlier we had a 50-50 where at the end of the game I was pretty happy about winning, or I was really happy about losing because I still think I made the right call because it was a 50-50. So learning how to, even in the game does really good at doing this with retreating and stuff, but learning in your own mind to think about this, it can really help you improve games.
You just
your game experience.
Happiness from one person to another. So we were trying to avoid this situation. There's a bunch of ways to tackle.
Yeah, I hate bots as well. A lot of people don't like bots. I really dislike playing bots. It's just especially as a content creator, it feels like a nothing, you know?
The first is bots. It's one of the easiest ways to avoid zero sum because you just have a player who's winning and nobody's losing. So I really like PUBG Mobile. I played a lot of PUBG Mobile, and the first time I played it, I got first place. And the second time I played it, I got first place again out of 100 people. And I started thinking, you know, I used to play Eliminate on iOS, and I played Metroid Prime Hunters on Nintendo DS. Maybe these skills are coming back to me.
Metroid Prime Hunters?
After all these years. And so I posted this screenshot on Facebook, and I was like, guys, I just won my first 2 games of PUBG Mobile. I'm so good, which is, you know, a little annoying. And all my friends jumped on in the comments and were like, dude, you played 100% bots in those first 2 games. And I was embarrassed, so I deleted the post. But if they hadn't told me, I would have experienced all of the joy of victory without any of the agony of defeat. So instead, I just have to bask in the joy of having a rad-looking character avatar.
Wow, that's
so at GDC
fantastic.
2014, my mentor and the original game director of Hearthstone, Eric Dodds, gave a talk about Hearthstone design values. He talked about little victories. The big victory is whether you win or lose the game. And the little victories are things that happen during the game, anything that makes you feel smart or powerful. So imagine playing a game of Counter-Strike.
Everything I do.
And you come out of the spawn point and someone headshots you and you die. You had no moment where you felt smart or powerful during that game. But let's imagine you're playing a game of Counter-Strike and you run out and you're just blowing up everyone on the enemy team, and eventually you lose, but you still felt like awesome while you were doing it. That's little victories. So essentially, little victories add a little joy.
Tiny wins.
Even if you lose. So
I went to a little thing. It was like a mental health and just like wellness camp. And one of the things we always talked about was tiny wins. Finding tiny wins every single day gets you through. Find something to be excited for every day. That's a tiny win. Tiny wins. Tiny wins.
In Hearthstone, we avoided cards that blow up enemy mana crystals or force your opponent to discard cards because they could potentially create scenarios where you never get to feel powerful. And in Marvel Snap, there's 6 turns. You always get to play 6 turns. So you always get to do something. You get to play some of your cards and feel a little bit powerful while you do it. But the cube had one of the biggest impacts on the zero-sum paradigm. So we found that when your opponent snaps and you retreat, it could feel like this. In some cases, it made losing feel like victory. It's a strategic retreat where you don't fall victim to your opponent's gambit. And we realized we could emphasize this with some presentation changes. So this is what the concede button used to look like. Here's what it looks like now. Here's what it used to look like when you retreated, and here's what it looks like now. You didn't lose. You escaped. You're a genius. So this presentation stuff works in reverse as well. When you lost a game, we used to have the announcer go, "You lose." And we cut that because it's emphasizing exactly the emotions we're trying to minimize. So the effects on the zero-sum problem were encouraging, but the really game-changing effects of the cube was the depth. Please excuse me for 1 second.
Dude, that coffee slurp.
So we often talk about poker.
When you slurp out of those like coffee things, like you hear like the little thing coming out of the circle when you're not like just sipping it, but you're slurping. Oh, he was slurping.
As a game that has never required expansion to remain strategically deep for decades. And it's because of the power of betting and bluffing mechanics. Hearthstone with a doubling cube is all of the depth of Hearthstone plus all of the depth of these betting and bluffing mechanics. And we thought, hey, what if we could reduce the complexity of the genre and lean on the cube mechanic to make up for some of the depth that we'd lose by simplifying the genre. So with that insight, we set out to build the simplest card game we could that would allow for us to use a doubling cube. So I love games that are simple and have a lot of depth. A lot of people use these words, complexity and depth, differently. So here's how I'm going to define them today. Complexity is the cost you pay before you can play the game. It's the learning you have to do. Depth is the fun part. It's the interesting decisions. So here's a review we got on Metacritic when we launched Hearthstone. And this was a common criticism at the time when we first came out with the game. And I think it's because a lot of people misunderstand the relationship between complexity and depth. A lot of players want deep games.
Get destroyed.
And it's true that you have to add complexity to add depth. So people see games with lots of complexity, and they assume it's got the depth that they're looking for in a game. But you can add complexity that doesn't add any depth. For example, if we had a rule that says every time you play a card in Marvel Snap, you have to yell the name of your card into the microphone or you lose, that's an important rule. You have to learn that rule, but it doesn't add any interesting depth to the game.
I don't know, man. That sounds fun.
There's complexity that yields an outsized amount of depth.
I'd be screaming.
We often call mechanics that yield a lot of depth for a small amount of complexity elegant designs. For example, tic-tac-toe is a game that has very little complexity and also very low depth. Go has a little bit more complexity, has a humongous amount more depth. Monopoly has only a little bit more depth than tic-tac-toe, in my opinion, but a lot more depth. This top right box, I chose Magic the Gathering because it has a huge amount of depth, but also AI researchers called it the world's most complex game. So you can mitigate, adding more depth by slowly reducing
I love good
the
graphs
concepts over time, right? And if you get more depth by adding complexity, shouldn't you just keep adding more complexity to get more of that depth? I actually think there's a depth limit. If your game already takes a lifetime to master, what does adding more depth get you? More lifetimes? You only get one.
That'd be sick.
So I think the goal is, how do you reach the depth limit with the smallest amount of complexity? So if your game has this much depth, perhaps you should remove complexity and depth until you get there. I hope the little star is visible there. However,
Monopoly is the Nickelback of game design. Put that on a shirt, man. Put that on a dang shirt. No OTA today. No.
Removing
next
complexity can have a weird effect on your team. So in early Hearthstone, taunt was supposed to be a one-time effect. If you attacked an enemy minion with taunt, it would lose taunt. And there was a bug one day where that stopped working, and it just kept taunt forever. And we thought about it. We said, this is simpler if they just keep taunt forever. They just always have taunt. So let's just not fix the bug. And a lot of members on the team came up to us and said, hey, the game just got a lot less deep. There's like all this really interesting combat decisions where you're trying to drop taunt in the correct order. And they're not wrong. It's less deep. But the thing is, the team had already paid all of the complexity cost to learn how this works. So when you remove complexity, they only feel the resulting loss of depth.
Very interesting.
So I've been talking a lot about rules complexity, but you know what matters even more than rules complexity? Text complexity. This is the filter through which people will learn the rules of your game. And you can make the game seem much simpler or much more complicated depending on how you explain it. And we've all felt this when we sit down to play a board game with our friends, and you're just baffled at the end of the explanation. You're like, let's just play one turn. So this talk by George Fan at the 2012, entitled "How I Got My Mom to Play Through Plants vs. Zombies," is the best GDC talk of all time. It's fantastic.
Interesting.
Yeah. And this slide was mind-blowing to me. If you put more than 8 words on the screen, players will not read them. I think he's right. And so here is every tooltip in the first 15 minutes of Marvel Snap. And here are the word counts for each tooltip. And
very cool.
I'm very excited about this. There's some flavor dialogue that comes up there's more than 8 words every once in a while. But I don't care if you don't read that stuff, because it's just flavor. This is the important stuff that you need to learn. The thing that's really hard to do is card text. So we realized that on Hearthstone, for a digital game, we didn't need to write out as much of the edge case stuff. So your hero deals 2 fire damage to target hero or ally became deal 2 damage. The average word count for Hearthstone was 9 words. And for Snap, it's 11, partially because we don't use keywords. So we've fallen short of the George Fan ideal.
Got 2 keywords.
But to make sure that text complexity stayed low, we would audition our cards with people. We would sit them down and show them the cards. And if you had to read a card more than one time, we said, raise your hand and let us know, because we don't want any card text to be confusing enough that you'd have to read it twice to understand it.
True.
So this was our goal. Low complexity, high depth, and the doubling cube really helped us get there. It's easy to understand, it adds a ton of depth. However, the simple mechanic of the doubling cube ended up taking a ton of iterations to get just right. So when we played it physically with just paper and a die, we had no limit. You could just double the cube as many times as you want to. We knew we needed to have a little more structure when we moved into a digital prototype. So we said, okay, you can double once a turn, and we'll just throw up a dialogue box that says, hey, your opponent wants to double the cube. Are you cool sticking around, or do you want to concede right now?
Dude. Ah, look at this. What the hell is this? Oh my gosh.
And it was pretty jarring, because it interrupted. You just have to stop playing your cards in the middle of your turn to process the dialogue box. So we said, okay, what if we move it to the end of the turn? Right? You do all your actions, and then we'll tell you what your opponent wanted to do, and we'll compare to what you wanted to do, and we'll resolve it then. And that helped. We started to experiment with some stuff like, could we make the betting and bluffing have even more texture? So we added not just the ability to double the cube, but would you also like to mega double the cube? We didn't like the word octuple. It sounds kind of nerdy, so we went with mega double. And this was pretty cool, because you could get them to limp in with a double, or slam a huge bet with an 8x there. But there was a lot of dialogue boxes, and a bunch of the people on the team didn't even understand what are these numbers? Why do I care about all this? I just want to play the card game, and you're getting in the way of all these dialogue boxes. So we had what I think was the biggest inspiration in this whole journey, which is what if we moved the double acceptance from an explicit, yes, I accept the double, to an implicit acceptance of the double. So we just had the cube automatically double every turn, and we said, hey, next turn, the cube's going to increase in value. Do you want to stick around? And if you do, we're just going to assume you've accepted the double. And we used the term arcadey after we made this change. It feels so much faster.
Imagine winning 5,120 cubes a game. So true. This is the Ben Bro GDC talk from earlier this year, I believe.
We got rid of all the dialogue boxes. We loved it. But players missed the ability to hit a button to really project their confidence to their opponent. So we added the ability to tap on the cube to take it from doubling next turn to going to mega doubling to going up to 8x next turn. And this caused another problem, which was if you're playing most of your games for hundreds of cubes, but on turn 1, you're only playing for 1 cube and your hand is just slightly less than average, you should bail out, right? Just like only play the games where you have a chance to win hundreds of cubes by having a great hand. So people were conceding on turn 1 most of the games. We realized we had to bring in the range so that the average cube game and the starting cube game were much closer in scale. So we got rid of all the auto doubling and just let people snap a couple times. Hopefully that would bring it down. People missed having the opportunity to bail out before the game ended. They really liked feeling like an excuse to leave. So we combined all of our approaches up to now. We added 1 auto double at the end of the game, so you could bail out on turn 5 if you want to. We had 1 snap where you could tap on the cube to double it. Eventually we added the snap back, and that's where we ended up. That's how we got there. It was quite the journey. But
really happy where they ended
why did
up.
we call tapping on the cube a snap? And for that matter, why is the game called Marvel Snap? It's because naming is impossible.
Oh, they're going to show the
board. One of our
board.
many brainstorms where we tried to name the game, featuring such hits as Marvel Cosmic Posse.
All right, let's see some bangers here. Cube. Oh my, dude, they have handwriting like me. Conquer, domination, escapade, escalate, orb. It just says orb. Tesseract instead of cube. Interesting. Victor, Vector, Traveler. Location Fighter, what a terrible name. Power Expanse. Heroes and Villains. Dude, the friggin' Marvel, the DC deck builder game, what a lame name. Inception is kind of cool. Smash Up. Isn't Smash Up just the name of the other card game? Marvel What If. Shatter. Shatter's not a bad name. Shatter's a very powerful word. Cosmic Conflict, Cosmic Cards, Cerebro, what's we call them? Location Takers, Cards Collide.
Marvel all caps orb.
Root.
We were briefly considered calling the game Infinity Stone, Heroes of Marvel, but we didn't do that.
God, dude.
So normally I use a naming hack to name things. So this is a frame from an XKCD comic where he talks about 2-syllable words where the emphasis is on the first syllable and how much fun these words are to say. Does anybody know what this poetic term is called? No, close. You got it. I don't know how to pronounce it. I asked because I don't know how to pronounce it. So I think it's trochee is what I think it is. And they're just fantastic.
Slammers.
Trochees are like the best word type. Does anybody know the name of any famous companies? Just yell them out. Famous companies. Well, not all at once. I can't hear you.
Tesla.
Ask for that. Okay, I'll just show you their answer here. So
Apple.
These are all
Netflix,
trophies.
Marvel,
Riot, Blizzard, Google,
Riot,
Facebook, Marvel,
Blizzard.
Netflix, Lego,
True.
Tesla, Meta, Intel, Apple, Call of Duty, YouTube. Every word up here is a
Second
trophy.
dinner.
And I also believe that what you name your game or company or whatever doesn't matter at all. So what's the first thing you think of when I showed you this word? Was it one of those, right? Some of you is one, some of the others are. This one probably most of y'all thought about, the one on the left here. And I don't know about y'all, but I never imagined deer constellations or space dollars when I saw this word.
Space dollars?
You can literally name stuff
So
whatever
good.
you want, and people will fill that name in with new meaning, whatever you tell them it
Like
is.
the casserole.
In fact, your game's name doesn't even need any real words in it. These are all nonsense words. And nobody's like, I'm sorry, you say this game is called chess? What's a chess? So why Marvel Snap? Well, for years we struggled with the narrative wrapper for the game. Hearthstone has an evocative and grounded wrapper. It's the game that denizens of Azeroth play in a tavern. It's not so much a story, but a setting and a vibe. So what is Snap's setting? Does it have a story?
A checker isn't something? Well, I think that checkers was a thing, and then checkered stuff became because of the thing. And I got your invite. I'm generally not interested in just like signing up for tournaments. I'll like do invitationals if there's like offers out there, but just signing up for tournaments, I don't really have much interest in doing right now.
And how do we tell it? Well, this is the thing I hate more than anything in video games. Welcome to Marvel Snap. The evil villain Thanos has assembled the all-power Infinity Stones. Here are some... I hate this so much. And to demonstrate the point, I've created the story tier list for you. So at S tier, we've got a story for the ages. At F tier, we've got a boring story. And here's the thing. At A tier, no story at all. It's just not that much worse than having a story for the ages. So if you are choosing...
Dude, that is my guy, dude. Frick lore, dude. I skip lore in everything that I play. I will try. Like, I'm doing okay with the Tears of the Kingdom. Some of the... Like, dude, I'm just so bad. The moment lore starts to happen, I'm either picking up my phone and looking at it, which is a terrible thing, or just slamming A. It's so bad.
Between having a boring story or just cutting all the story out. Cut the story out, please. And I consider vibes and setting to be really different than stories.
Vibes, my man.
When I say story, they hear plot, and I think that's accurate. I don't have to understand Street Fighter's story to be able to enjoy it. And the game doesn't even try and explain it to me. They just say, Blanca versus E. Honda, fight. And nobody asks, well, hold on, why are they fighting? So
what are they fighting over? What's going on?
Marvel Snap. But despite that, we tried to ham-fist the story in anyway. So here's an actual presentation I gave the team here. The Infinity Stones have been destroyed. Their shards spread throughout the galaxy. Forces have moved to collect them.
Sorry, I should have had this on from the beginning.
They cannot fall into the wrong hands. The stones must be reformed. But he can never know. Marvel Snap. So... the plan was not to actually tell that story in that way in the game, but to use it as the
I hate that
why
logo.
you want to get cubes, and we called them Infinity Stones at that time, and what your goal is in the game. So players would collect Infinity Shards, and as they got more and more of them, they'd assemble Infinity Stones, which would unlock new features in the game. And we ended up pivoting away from these gameplay mechanics and the theming associated with them, as you'll see here. But we loved the name so much that we decided to keep it. And to tie the name back in, we named our most iconic gameplay mechanic after the name.
Oh, snap.
So, thank you.
Oh, dude, that's the old one. Isn't it? That's the old Oh Snap. Dude, I was going to do a podcast. I was in the works to do a podcast with two people right when Marvel Snap was going out. We were going to call it Oh Snap because of this.
To keep it. And to tie the name back in, we named our most iconic gameplay mechanic after the name.
Oh, snap.
So, thank you. Naming it a snap
I like the
was
old one better too, yeah.
effort to make our name make any kind of sense now that we've stripped all the Infinity Stone stuff out of it. So why keep the name without the Infinity Stone theming? We could have changed the name to Marvel Cube or something. Well, we love the energy behind it. We love the snappiness of it. And, you know, games are over in a snap. It's a snap to learn. At the end of the day, I think the approachability and impact, inherent fun of the name.
Damn, son. It does sound like that.
Okay, so let's check in on our recipe, see how we're doing here. We've got the doubling cube from Backgammon and 5-minute mobile-friendly experience from Clash Royale. But the rest of the inspirations, once again, came from physical board and card games.
Dude, that's slurp sound. So good.
This is my dad, and when I was a kid, he used to give me his old business cards, and I would design card games on the back. So I got my first job at Blizzard. I kept all my old business cards, imagining that someday I would get to use them to make card games with. And this is the first physical prototype that we made on the development process for Marvel Snap on the back of my first business cards. So we had the doubling cube. We tried to keep it simple with only 2.
Spider-Man. Enemies have -1 power. Vision play. Look at all face down cards. Thor, destroy cards and power. Captain America just has shield. Super interesting stuff, dude. Magento, if this is your only card, +6 power. Doctor Doom, destroy all other cards. What the hell? Doctor Doom, destroy all other cards for 3? What the heck? Level 2, so there's a leveling mechanic. Very interesting.
2 numbers per card. We had some kind of weird leveling system. But the big thing that we were trying to achieve was simultaneous reveals. So this is my favorite 2-player board game Lord of the Rings: The Confrontation by Reiner Knizia, who's the most prolific board game designer.
I want to get this. It's his favorite 2-player board game? Asymmetrical Stratego-like game themed around Lord of the Rings. Yo, I'm actually super in. I should get this. I think my girlfriend would like it too.
Credit. It's like Stratego, but when you fight an opponent's unit, you both play a card face down and you reveal your cards at the same time and it impacts the battle. I love the mind games in this game. It's incredible.
Cheers to fashion.
I also love this game, the Game of Thrones board game by Christian Peterson. It also has that same mechanic. When two armies fight, you play a card face down, you reveal them at the same time.
I also remember Stratego. I have the wooden box Stratego. We used to play it a lot. Me and my friends actually combined Stratego and Risk together, where we would play Risk pieces on a Stratego board. We called it Strisk because it was between the two of them. I played a lot of Stratego back in the day.
Super fun. I found myself really...
This Game of Thrones board game does look cool, but it looks way too complicated for me or my friends. That Lord of the Rings one looks super simple, which is awesome.
Drawn to this particular ingredient, and I wanted to experiment with it in card games. So I know this prototype had simultaneous reveals, but otherwise I cannot remember for the life of me how to play it, because we only played it one time. And after we were done, me and Hamilton looked at each other and we said, yo, this game sucks. Which was very demoralizing. When you're playing cards simultaneously, you need some kind of context. What do I think they're gonna play? And then you could play around those suspicions. So we need something to start on the board to give you that context. And I should have known that we needed context, because I used to participate in professional rock, paper, scissors competitions under a freeway overpass in Los Angeles. So rock, paper, scissors is totally random, right?
What?
Pretty boring. There's very little strategy in rock, paper, scissors.
What is this video?
The thing is that these tournaments,
can we talk about this really quickly?
Context.
This is a real video?
In professional rock, paper, scissors competitions under a freeway overpass in Los Angeles.
Unbelievable.
So rock, paper, scissors is totally random, right? It's pretty boring. There's very little strategy in rock, paper, scissors. The thing is that these
That's
tournaments,
incredible.
You get 1 minute of taunting before the match begins.
Hold up. Ben Brode question, Doc. In your GDC talk, there was a video of you playing RPS. Please give us several stories about this.
So most people come in character like the Barber or Sergeant Scissors.
Same shirt.
But
Yeah,
sometimes
he's still
people
wearing the
use
same
whole
shirt.
minute and go paper, 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 paper. And hilariously, that adds some context, right? Are they telling the truth, or they're trying to double bluff me? So this game, Smash Up by Paul Peterson,
Sergeant
doesn't have
Scissors.
simultaneous reveals, but you can play your cards to look.
Oh, Smash Up! They're talking about this game. This game is really, really fun. What's really cool is that each faction has its own deck. So there will be like the ninjas, the aliens, the dinosaurs, the robots, right? And at the beginning of the game, you draft 2 of them and you combine the 2 decks together. So like there's you don't have to collect things, but like every time you get to combine 2 different decks together. And this is where the idea for locations came from. This is a really, really fun game. It's a little bit confusing sometimes. This game is definitely a little bit confusing. For those of you who are putting win the game on the card.
Locations, and the locations have special abilities that make each game a little different. And I thought this could be a really cool way to give the game we were working on some context for simultaneous reveals. And they did. So Mojo World, for example, is a location that gives you plus 100 power if you have more cards than your opponent. Okay, I bet they're gonna play their cards to Mojo World. Or maybe I'll let them overcommit there and I'll try and take the other 2 locations. And this core decision making was simple, but immediately fun. In our earliest prototypes, all the locations started revealed.
I think in my tiers, like the snap mechanic is the most important part of the game. It's so elegant, but also like the limited board space and 3 locations, I think is why the game is so infinitely deep, because every single turn you have decision making. It's not like Hearthstone where games can be solitaire, where you just play out your cards. Sometimes Galactus feels like that, but I still don't think that's exactly true. I think that there's a lot of different ways to beat Galactus decks. But the fact that you always have to choose where your cards are played based on different locations is very, very important. Yeah, screwing up turn one can be game changing. Yeah, that's such a clutch part of the game. That's why I always get so mad when people call decks like they call like Shuri decks like, oh, that's just like a deck that just plays itself. It's like, no, actually, like the best Shuri players will put themselves in position to win even if they don't get their perfect line. Yeah.
But we felt like that was a lot of information to absorb right at the beginning of the game, so we made them reveal on turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3 instead.
I think that was a great choice as well.
They gave us the context we needed, but I think more importantly, they increased the variance of our core gameplay. So I said George Fan has the best GDC talk, but this talk by Richard Garfield titled Luck in Games is my all-time favorite design talk of any kind. So I think most people misunderstand the relationship between luck and skill. A lot of people imagine it as a scale, where you got luck on one side and skill on the other, and games are somewhere along this scale. And we use the terms luck-based and skill-based to talk about where games land on this scale. But that's not how it works at all. So you can have games that are low skill and high luck, like Chutes and Ladders, or high skill and low luck, like chess. But you can also have games, like my favorite game to make fun of, Tic-Tac-Toe, which is low skill and low luck. And you can have games that are high luck and high skill, like poker. There's a ton of randomness in poker, but the best players are winning again and again. Games in the high luck, high skill category, I think, are super fun because they include a ton of interesting decisions, but they also have exciting moments and are different every time you play them. So all card games have some amount of randomness because you shuffle a deck of cards and draw from a random deck. But Hearthstone, I think, has less variance at its core than other card games for a couple reasons. One, the mana system isn't random. You just get one every single turn of the game. Smaller decks decrease the variance some amount. And because you
Well, yeah, if played optimally, Tic-Tac-Toe is a draw 100% of the time. That still requires skill. Like if you're much more skilled than the other person, you just win. Like the skill depends on if you get to those draws or I don't know. It's interesting though. It's just like a very low depth, I guess.
You aren't drawing resources. You're just drawing more usable cards every.
I didn't say no skill, but like how is it like? I don't know. There's no luck. I think there's skill. Very low skill cap. That's fair. Yeah.
Turns, you effectively have a higher rate of card draw, and those all reduce the variance of Hearthstone's core gameplay rules. But the thing is, we wanted Hearthstone to have more variance. So we added a bunch of variants to the cards. So Arcane Missiles deals damage randomly, Lightning Storm deals a range of damage, Animal Companion summons a random beast. And this was successful at making Hearthstone more random, but players didn't love it. Right? We got a lot of feedback that Hearthstone felt too random. I think part of it is that the randomness here is very overt, right? We had to put the word random on a lot of cards. But also, there's two different kinds of randomness. So input randomness is where there's a random event, and then like drawing a card, and then you have to make a strategic decision in the face of that random event. For example, the hub, it's a random card in each player's hand, and then you and your opponent have to figure out how to use that card to your best advantage after you've seen the random event. So input randomness is awesome. It puts you in new situations you've never been in before. You have to think on your feet and solve problems on the fly. In games without a lot of input randomness, there's like a right answer, right? Like in chess, players have to, for the really high levels, it's not like, okay, what piece do I move on turn one? You've got like an opening move. People memorize a series of opening moves until you get to the fun part of chess later on.
Fun part, the end game.
The random event happens and then you get to respond to it. You feel like you have a lot of control over the randomness in the game.
Every part of chess is the fun part if you don't know openings. Little dinks tidbit of knowledge.
And output randomness is the opposite. So output randomness is where you make a decision and then you find out if it was the right decision or the wrong decision. For example, Danger Room, you have a 25% chance every time you play a card there for it to be destroyed. You have to decide to play a card there and then you're going to find out whether it's the right decision or the wrong decision. Ragnaros it deals 8 damage to a random enemy. Maybe it's the enemy hero and you win. Maybe it's the exact minion you didn't want to hit and you lose. But you have to choose to play Ragnaros first. So output randomness is exciting. It's what like streamers, like the viewers on Twitch love to see. That's me. I'm a streamer. It's great stories. This is, I think, the most exciting, like best question we can ask players in games, which is it worth the risk? And as a player deciding, okay,
That's why I think the Danger Room, I like Danger Room more than most people. Most people hate Danger Room. I think Danger Room is a strategic risk that you take. And sometimes it's terrible, but when it's terrible, it's funny. So it's all good things, man. He is talking about me. Put me in the clip.
I think I'm going to lose this game. I need to start taking some risks. I'm going to start playing cards at Danger Room and hope I, don't get that 25%. I think that's really interesting depth, and that's the kind of depth you get from output randomness. Having the ability, seeing that a random event's coming and controlling the odds, for example, destroying all the other minions, so Ragnaros is definitely going to hit the ones you want, is also some fun depth that comes from output randomness. And this is interesting. If you have output randomness, players will say that they lost to the randomness, which has pros and cons. The cons are that it feels like you don't have very much agency and you just kind of lost randomly and your skill doesn't matter. But the pro is that as people, we are unable to grapple with our own ineptitude. And this provides an outlet for your ego. So locations, I think interestingly, are both input randomness and output randomness. And you get to choose which of those you want more of. So if you play to a revealed location, that's input randomness. You got to see what the location was going to be, and then you decide to play a card there or not. And if you play to an unrevealed location, that's output randomness, right? You play a card to an unrevealed location, and then surprise, it's Murder World. Your cards are dead. Mistake.
You wonder how that 25% is actually calculated? You really want to know? What do you mean? Probably just a 1 out of 4. It's an RNG seed, a very long string of numbers that goes into an RNG seed, and it pulls it out. Like, do you think that are you tinfoil hatting?
So we've talked about a couple of the impacts of locations, the randomness, the add, simultaneous reveals, but they also have a couple of
Pink's talking like he knows. That's probably right. Peace.
other interesting effects. So in a collectible card game, over time, the meta gets stale.
It sounded good. I said long string, and it's an input and an output, and there's a seed. Shut up.
This is why other card games release thousands of new cards a year, hundreds of new cards a year. It's to keep the meta fresh. It's because eventually you run out of new problems to solve, right? I've seen this deck before. I know what it's trying to do. Locations give you every single game something new, something exciting that's going to happen, and so it reduces the effect of a stale meta some amount. And by the same token, it lowers the impact of imbalance, right? Everyone's playing the same deck as one deck is broken, and at least the locations are giving you new problems to solve, even if enemy players are not. Balance is still important, but it lowers the impact some amount. And then it makes live ops, I mean, it's still a lot of work to do for live ops, but it adds a cool lever for us, right? We can add new locations or change the locations to create live ops pretty easily. For example, we have this thing called hot location, where one day a week, this location shows up in 50% of all games. It causes players to change their decks to take advantage of the location. It adds some fun live ops flavor to the game. Unless we make the hot location make the current best deck even better. And then
he's talking about the peak, dude. Dude, when the peak happened, oh my gosh. Okay, so people who don't know this, in the beta, Sarah was a 5/5 and Mr. Negative was a 4/4. Okay? They then nerfed Mr. Negative to a 4/1 to try and avoid some of this problem. And it was still really strong. And then right after that, the feature location, which used to be for 48 hours, was the peak. So everyone was just running the exact same Sarah Negative deck with Leech. It was a nightmare, dude. And everyone, dude, like, you think that some of the Reddit shit that goes on was crazy? Dude, people were losing their minds on the Discord, dude. It was absolutely insane. This past Sunday, it's not even that bad. I mean, I think the peak is still a terrible choice. I'm happy I didn't have to stream that day, but crazy, dude. It was so much worse when Mr. Negative was stronger. And like, oh, dude, it's crazy.
It increases the staleness in the genre, like we did when Mr. Negative was the best deck, and we made the peak the featured location. Huge mistake.
Peace.
So we had 100 locations going into launch, and late in the game we decided, hey, wait a second, what if we cut 60 locations and instead launch with 40 locations, and then we could launch one new location every single week for a year. And 40 was not the right number, but we did cut most of the locations and have been releasing one every week for a year, and it was a great way to kind of front load our launch with tons of live ops content. Okay, so we had the doubling cube, we had simultaneous reveals, we had locations, we started having a ton of fun.
People complain about Lamentus hot location, but Wong Blackbolt was funny. Wong Blackbolt was a lot of fun. Also got me some really big YouTube videos. I have pretty big L's in that. Any location that makes death just insane, though, I kind of hate, because then you just run death in every deck. If you don't have death, you hate it. It's kind of weird.
And all in all, this prototype starting from that first prototype to this one took about 2 days, which is not very normal.
Milano was bad. I didn't mind Milano at all. I thought Milano was a fine location. As far as restrictive locations go, a location like Milano, in my opinion, is much, much better than things like the Sandbar or things like Plunder Castle. You're just saying it's a terrible location because you hate all restrictive locations. If you think Milano is a terrible location, it's just because you don't think there should be any restrictive locations, which is an okay opinion to have. But if you're saying Milano is a terrible location, as far as restrictive locations go, that is a interesting and thought-provoking restrictive location. If they got rid of things like Sanctum, Plunder Castle, and Sandbar, and they had more locations like Milano, it would be better. And I think that like restrictive locations are pretty fun. I actually don't mind restrictive locations. It's just about hitting the critical mass where there's too many, which I think they were getting close to, which is probably why they did that OTA where they cut a bunch of them back before they released Milano, which I think was very heads up. Yeah, I think that as far as restrictive locations go, more like Milano, if they're gonna make any more, continue to be smart about like making them more rare the more you add, but make them more like Milano, more like Morag, more like Vormir. Like Morag, Vormir, Milano, really fun restrictive locations where you have to think about it and adds a wrinkle to the game. Sometimes you just don't play there on turn 5. You let your opponent overcommit, and then you go for the other 2 lanes. But things like Sandbar, where it's like if you're playing a Patriot deck, you win. Hate. Awful. Plunder Castle. Oh, you're running 6 drops. You win. Terrible. Awful. Awful. Sanctum is kind of okay, especially Sanctum's really rare. There's not too many of them, but it's just Sandbar is so stupid. Sandbar's terrible.
And we doubted ourselves a lot. We took a break from this and started trying to design some other games because we weren't sure this was it. But we just keep wanting to come back and play this one. We eventually printed out the prototype instead of writing it on some cards because we were fighting over the only copy of Galactus. And we used this prototype years later to prototype 2v2. So
sometimes there are so many restricted locations you can't even play the game. Yeah, well, they just made the change where they made a bunch of them less frequent. And I think that they're monitoring that. Where sometimes it does lead to like really bad play experience, but I think after the frequency change, it actually helped it quite a bit.
2v2 is just 5 locations, and your team has to win 3 out of 5 of the locations.
That's Ellie.
It was really fun. We wouldn't have been able to do it easily without the physical prototype, I think, because it's hard to prototype digitally. Now, I'm not saying we're ever going to do 2v2. It's just something we were experimenting with, but
I'm glad that you like 2v2. I am not interested in 2v2 in the slightest. I think that if they put their resources into 2v2, it's taking away from things that I think would be a lot better, in my opinion. But if you're someone who thinks that 2v2 is really exciting, I think that that's cool, and hopefully if they do it, it's really good for you. But I personally think that it will not get done. No one will play it. It'll be like 5% of the play rate of one, probably like less than 5% of the play rate of single. So if they put a bunch of resources into that, that's resources that they could be putting into draft mode and enhancing conquest mode. What's up, Dexter, Snapster? How you doing, man? Have you seen this this video yet? I'm very excited. This is very good watching.
But it was fun. It was fun to try. Okay, so here's the full recipe for Marvel Snap. We have the doubling cube for backgammon, simultaneous reveals and mind games from Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones, locations with abilities from Smash Up, 5-minute games from Clash Royale, and a few, I think, really impactful innovations, 6-turn games, 12-card decks, and I think for the first time maybe in a collectible card game, only 1 card type, which means there's like no card types, right? It's not even a thing.
Yeah, maybe 2v2 content would be kind of crazy. Maybe it would be kind of cool. I've also thought about, if anyone's ever heard of hand and brain chess, essentially 2 people will play chess together. The first person says the name of the piece, and then the second person chooses the piece to use. So they'll say pawn, and you're going to choose any of your pawns and move them. So like hand and brain snap sounds pretty fun for like a co-op, right? Where let's say I'm playing with, let's say Dexter, just because he's here. Me and Dexter are playing, and we're playing a deck together. And the only information I can give him is the cards to play, and then he has to choose the order in which locations. You guys watch that?
So these innovations were impactful, but it's not clear to me that your game needs any innovations to feel fresh and exciting and unique. For example, I think if you asked players of Marvel Snap, what are the top 3 fresh things in Marvel Snap? I think
genius idea. Don't stroke my ego like that. That's not, no one's Everyone loses when you stroke my ego that much, but I appreciate it, Kong.
None of the innovations would be on that list. So with the basic core gameplay figure,
I will actually suggest that to Ben, though. I think that could be fun for our next thing. The only thing is that limits banter a little bit. The only thing is that it limits banter a little bit, so I'll have to think about that, because I think that the best part of our co-op wasn't the gameplay, it was us talking. I went back and like watched the whole thing, and I was laughing the whole time. So maybe because it limits banter a little bit, maybe we'll play a game or two of it. Would be a lot of fun, but I don't think we would do the whole time.
figured out, it was time to move to our digital prototype. And here's the first digital prototype. We were prioritizing moving fast, so I think it took about 2 weeks to make. I don't know how to do any networking stuff, so it was a hot seat prototype. We both could play on the screen. We played a bunch on the iPad. This is a big iPad, but it looks bigger. That's my son's 4-year-old hand there, so it scales off. So we tried to make this stuff super easy to change, so we could essentially figure out all of the right number for all of the levers in the game by brute force. So we tried 6-turn games, 5-turn games. We tried skipping turn 1, doing turns 2 through 6. We tried 3, 4, 5 cards in the starting hand. We tried 9 cards per location, 6 cards, 3 cards, 4 cards per location. We tried it all. So everything up to this point was done while the studio was just 2 people, me and Hamilton. Not that we had all that much stuff. We'd scribbled on some cards and spent a couple weeks on a prototype. But I think having the smallest team possible really allows for a dramatic pivot. Because you spend less time explaining the vision and getting buy-in from a large team. So in my first year on Hearthstone, the team was about 10 people. And Blizzard came in to a meeting one day and said, hey, we're going to take all of the engineers and we're going to move them on to help ship StarCraft 2. We're going to leave about 3 people left on the team. And we were pretty sure the game was canceled. We just thought, oh, that's got to be it. They're never coming back. The people left on the team were Ben Thompson, the art director, and Eric Dodds and I. And Eric Dodds was the first
Young Bro, dude. Young Bro. Oh, dude. Young Bro is such a vibe. Young Bro, dude. Look at this is such a vibe, dude. Holy. Yeah, Ben was talking about how his voice was completely shy. I can't believe he was able to do it because he doesn't sound too bad. It's a little rough, but it doesn't sound terrible. Dude, the young Ben, man. Young Ben. This dude was killing it. They had a feature where you can tap on the cards and while they're on the board and their effects happen again, like how you can mess with the board in Hearthstone. Interesting.
At the time this happened, there was a ton of momentum.
Yo, he does kind of look like Ryan George, no cap, dude. You guys don't know Ryan George? He does the pitch meetings, which if you're a movie liker and you like to make fun of movies, pitch meeting is incredible. Also, if anyone wants to go down this journey with me, if you're a Twitter user, there's been a bunch of shit about The Good Doctor. The Good Doctor is this show about a high-functioning autistic surgeon who leaves like his little tiny town and goes to work at like a San Diego hospital. And there's a bunch of crazy characters in it. If anyone wants to go down this rabbit hole with me, I watched the first episode last night. And I finished it this morning. I'm going to be watching The Good Doctor. I might have some takes on The Good Doctor. So if anyone wants to go down that journey with me, The Good Doctor's on Hulu. If you want to join in. I don't know if it's great, but it is absurd, dude. The first 10 minutes of that show are a damn trip. Sorry, we'll get back to the content.
Another direction. We were working really hard on basically some other project, and when this happened, it allowed us to be really flexible and experiment quickly and try crazy stuff. And the rest of the team wasn't totally gone. They were around for play tests and some conversations and stuff. But essentially, at the end of the year where those team members came back, we had the totality of Hearthstone's core game figured out and prototyped. Once a team gets really big, turning the ship becomes way harder. So late in the game on Marvel Snap, we had a really big pivot where we changed all of the theming and got rid of some currencies. And the team, after this...
My man said they got rid of currencies. Oh, Ben Brode, you're my boy. I hate currencies. The moment Ben Brode left Hearthstone, they added like 3 more currencies, and I wanted to break something. It almost kind of made me stop playing the game is when they added 3 more currencies. It gets me so mad. They still have 3 currencies in Marvel Snap, but that is like half as much as a lot of other ones.
At this point, I've been giving feedback that they were worried that we hadn't really locked down some of our meta progression stuff just yet. There was a lot of change. And so I knew that this pitch to change stuff was not going to go down easy necessarily. And so I met with everyone on the team individually to walk them through the pitch, give them the opportunity to ask questions, make sure that they felt heard. And it takes weeks to manage this kind of change management. And even the idea of having to do this adds a huge amount of friction to deciding to make a pivot. I think the worst thing you can do early on is not pivot when you should, because you miss the opportunity to.
I've seen some House when I was younger. It's crazy that that dude has a super thick Australian accent. The guy from House. Yeah, kind of a similar idea, but I guess House is kind of like an asshole. I don't know, it's weird.
Maybe do something great. So eventually we did end up adding some more folks, and here's our first two devices that our chief production officer, Young Woo, got working. Apparently he was a secret back-end server engineer, which was a delightful surprise.
He's
you
British?
can see we started with 9 cards per location here. We were experimenting with 5 turns. We tried some wild stuff like a left versus right approach to locations to see if we can get that like face-off battle feeling going. Our art director, Jamaro Kindred, began to pretty up the game a bit, and we felt like we were cruising forward on our prototype, but we ran into a snag.
Yucky.
I think every other card game has had cards that say stuff like...
A helicarrier was a location, not a card? See what the hell that says?
Destroy target creature, things like that. We had a bunch of cards like that. And on Hearthstone, I think we had a great UI for this. You drag a card out, an arrow attaches to your cursor, and wherever you move your cursor, the arrows, so you know you're in targeting mode when you drag a card out that requires a target. And to cancel the battle cry, you tap on the card or just tap on any card in your hand. But on mobile, once you...
Chill binks, they're just low fidelity prototypes? No. I will call something stinky when it is stinky.
Drag a card out, we have nothing to attach a cursor to. So you just don't know that you're in targeting mode. People kept tapping back in their hand to play another card and canceling the battle cry. It didn't work very well. It was fundamentally broken on mobile. So we had to build a whole new UI. The screen darkens and desaturates to let you know you're in a new mode. The potential targets are lit up in color that float above the board, and you could tap on the target you want. So I think this flow is just much worse than the PC flow. But it's not like we could just remove targeting for the mobile version of Hearthstone. So when we started to run into these issues in Snap, we said, hey, what if we just get rid of targeting altogether? In reality, every Marvel Snap card requires a target. You have to target the left, middle, or right locations. So essentially, we were asking players to choose 2 targets when cards required a target. And we realized that we could imply the second target from the first target. So here's Electra. She used to target any 1-cost card. We changed her to target a random 1-cost card at her location. The UI is much simpler, and usually there's only one 1-cost card at her location anyway. Another way we remove targeting is by implying a target through card ordering. So here, Mystique used to be able to choose a target to become a copy of, but in her next iteration,
3-1 Mystique.
Implied by playing her after you play the card you want to copy. We didn't have that many cards that had required targets. It was like 10 or something. But we changed them all, and the game felt much better. And with that solved, we continued to make progress in the game.
Is Hearthstone accessible to someone who only plays Snap? I've always wanted to try Hearthstone. Getting into Hearthstone is very hard. It might be not as awful right now because the first expansion of the month just came out, or first expansion of the year. So if you want to be competitive, you'll have to like, it takes like almost a year to get like in the flow of being competitive and paying a decent amount of money. But if you're interested in Hearthstone, there's a mode called Battlegrounds, which is essentially free. And Battlegrounds is a really, really fun game. And then you can also play Arena, which is really fun, and it's kind of like a draft format. So both of those I would probably recommend giving a try. I think if you watch Battleground streamers, I think Battlegrounds is really fun. But I don't know if like getting into standard Hearthstone I could ever recommend. If I had to pick one, Ironclad or Jeff. I've never played with Jeff, so I don't have an opinion.
Game in the prototype.
But you'll know I picked Ironclad, so that's what I did.
Most morphed slowly into a real build. And eventually, I think it looks great. Okay, so earlier in the talk, I bragged about how it took us 2 days to design the core gameplay for Marvel Snap. But as it turned out, we would be paid back for that good fortune with 4 years of struggle trying to come up with a core loop and satisfying progression model for the game. So here's a Here's a diagram of our core loop. Don't read this, please. This is one of the many iterations we were working through. It was madness. We had leagues where you'd have to do better to get up to the next league, and that's where certain cards were league restricted. We built a hero collector that worked like World of Warcraft garrisons, where you'd send heroes off on missions to bring back cards for you.
God, thank God they didn't do that. Holy, that would suck.
This is a sphere grid with every card in the game on it, and you have to decide which cards you want to make progress towards. So the big lesson we learned from all that was we needed to simplify. So we went from this to this. We cut a ton of stuff, and we saw this and we were like, yes, we did it. We got there. And we went into our next testing phase. And unfortunately, it was still wildly overcomplicated. We had these leagues, but we pasted over the problems we were having with these bizarre theming changes, with infinity stones. We had a buy-in. You got to choose the stakes of the game before you went in. We had this weekly rank. Here's a shop.
They cut too much now. We can't unlock cards at all. Yeah, I have them all.
Where you could just buy the cards you wanted directly, and they rotated every day, which means after not that long, the only cards remaining are the cards you definitely don't want to buy. This didn't work at all. And so we went from this in 2020 to this. And this is what we shipped with. And
the difference between Hearthstone and Snap, though, is I feel like you could be a free-to-play player in Snap is much easier than being a free-to-play. Like a competitive free-to-play player in Snap is very easy. Honestly, after just a few months, you can have like a couple of really competitive, viable decks. But yeah, if you want to whale and try everything, I think Hearthstone might be cheaper than Snap. It's just like interesting. It's just very like mobile versus like PC, like mobile versus like OG version. And there's like the dusting mechanic, so there's lots of different things you can do.
I always feel pretty dumb when I spend so much time like analyzing a design problem, and I'm like, aha, the answer is to add more complexity, only to realize that the answer was to simplify and remove complexity. But this quote from Pascal makes me feel better. I would have written a shorter letter, but I did not have the time. So speaking of time, I'm almost out of it, but I wanted to wrap this up by boiling it down to 4 takeaways. But before I do, I just wanted to say one last thing. The design of the core gameplay of Snap was, I think, foundationally important to the whole experience. But it's only like 1% of the total amount of work to make the game great. What's much more important is all of the decisions we made as a team that add up over 4 years of game development. So we're basically a fully remote studio at this point, so I don't have a lot of great pictures of the whole team. But I wanted to say the team at Second Dinner is bonkers, and I'm super lucky to be a part of it. Okay, so here's my 4 takeaways. Chefs need at this point, so I don't have a lot.
We've talked. Johnny Guns isn't on here? Guns might come later. Oh, here's Johnny. This is Johnny, right? This is Johnny. Good old Johnny Guns, dude. Whenever we queue on ladder, he talks so much shit to me on Discord. It's hilarious. Only if he wins, though. He doesn't say shit if he loses. Can't see your cursor? Oh, yeah. Doing it on the wrong thing. Here's our boy John.
Great pictures of the whole team. But I wanted to say the team at Second Dinner is bonkers, and I'm super lucky to be a part of it. Okay, so here's my 4 takeaways. Chefs need ingredients, so stock your pantry.
Dylan Brooks and more.
Be the speedboat until your direction is clear. Embrace randomness, input or output. And simplify, even if your team hates you. All right, that's all I got. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, everybody.
That was a Q&A.
So I believe we have time for some questions.
Hello.
Hello. Greetings. Oh, and if you got to fill out the thing to rate this. Evaluations. Thank you.
I love the game. Been playing for a couple of months now. Finally got Thanos. Having a great time. I'm wondering about how much Disney has an influence or collaborate on the creative aspects of the game. Not only recently you got to buff Wolverine a little bit and as a key character, but also, I mean, I'm a big Marvel fan, and recently back in the Marvel United 3rd season,
then
I see a lot of the characters which I usually don't care about, that I'm suddenly care about because I know them from Marvel Snap. Then I wonder if this is a big part of the Disney overarching scheme.
Great. So I'll just repeat the question just in case it's not ended up on the mic. The question is, what's the collaboration with Marvel like? How much are we a part of their strategy? And do we, collaborate on making characters powerful and stuff? So Marvel is just unbelievably great to work with. They're just like wild good. So the team at Marvel Games, we couldn't have made this game without their help.
Person off screen holding gun, staring at him. Well, Marvel is Disney, right? Marvel is under the Disney umbrella. Person off screen holding gun, staring at me. He also didn't say Disney. That's probably pretty smart.
Basically, let us do what we're really good at, and what they help us with is make sure the game is authentic and awesome. So we submitted an image of Gambit, throwing his cards, and they were like, "Hey, just so you know, like the cards don't pass through that ring; they come from there out or whatever." We're like, "Okay, I wouldn't have known that personally, but they help make sure that anybody who sees this game who's a big Marvel fan,
Yeah, so I mean, because Disney owns Marvel, it's just weird, right? Especially because Second Dinner, they have to deal with Marvel, they have to deal with Disney, who's like the owner of Marvel, and then they have to deal with Newverse, and then they have to deal with ByteDance, that's like the owner of Newverse. So there's like 4 like levels to like here's like Marvel and Newverse, and then here's like ByteDance and Disney. It's very interesting how they have to deal with everything. Very, very interesting.
Says, "Oh yeah, that's exactly the right color, of that character or whatever." But they also, they know we work in a multiverse, and so we're like, "Hey, could we do like band variants? Could we do like King the Conqueror, but like DJ King the Conqueror?" And they were like, "Yeah, sounds good. But can you put him in outer space? That'll be even cooler." And we were like, "Oh, rad." So they're not like pushing us in a direction. They're much more like collaborators. It really feels like we're on the same team trying to make a game together. So it's been great. If you have the opportunity to work with Marvel, I highly recommend it. Yes.
Okay. When is merch?
Well, yeah, that's on Marvel. Marvel controls all the merch, so I tweet at Marvel, I guess.
So the real question would be, how much time was there between when you started brainstorming this to talking to Marvel, like having something to show them, and then actually getting a contract?
So the guy who runs Marvel Games, Jay Ong, used to work with me in Hamilton long ago. So we had a relationship that was existing, which is partly how a brand new studio gets to work with Marvel. It's kind of ridiculous. But he knew that we had made great stuff in the past together, and he wanted to work with us again. So we had the suspicion that we might get to work with Marvel, but it was probably on the order of months before we showed them anything. And I don't know how long the contract took, but we were friends, so kind of.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Sick.
You've got lines on the other side.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm here too. Okay, hi. I was wondering, variants that spawn other cards don't show that variant. Like if I play a baby Doctor Doom, I don't get baby Doom bots. Why?
Yeah.
Got him.
It's a great question.
Ben Rhodes runs SD. He was a founder, and he is the chief development officer. He founded it with one other person from Hearthstone. He's kind of like the spokesperson for it, I would say. He's kind of the face in many ways, just because he's very famous in gaming, specifically digital card gaming, from his work in Hearthstone, where he was the face of Hearthstone for a very long time. And he's the chief development officer is his role now.
Sorry, you don't get the cards that spawn other cards. The cards that they spawn are not variants of the. Yeah, I mean, it was something that we would like to do at some point. I think it would be great. We also want to do variants for cards that are spawned by locations, like rock variants. By the way, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, if you're watching this, please hit us up. We'd love to do a rock variant together.
All right. Thank you.
We'd love to do it. Thanks. Okay, over there.
So you discussed complexity versus depth, and how a card that says just deal 2 damage still can have a lot of depth and hit the depth limit that you need. But eventually you've printed deal 2 damage, and you have to start complexity creep and so forth and so on. And I was wondering what your strategies are for 6-10 years into the game, and when all the simple cards are.
He didn't actually explain why. The reason is money. Having to create all new art assets for all those things, having to design it all takes time, and time is. The answer is money.
Printed. There are no more simple cards left. what to do.
Okay, so the question is, yeah, you mine out the simple rules, and then eventually you end up with only non-simple stuff. What do you do? I had a whole section of this talk called "The Primal Fear of Working on a Game with a Small Amount of Design Space." It's horrifying. So both on Hearthstone and on Marvel Snap, I had a point where we're like, you know, we were looking at games like Magic the Gathering and around 30 years later, and those games are much more complicated. And so at least I imagine, I haven't been on those teams, I imagine that they just don't have that same level of fear of like, what if we just run out of all the cards?
That's a few
At some
thousand
point, we will have
bucks.
designed all of the cards, right? And that's it. We pack up shop. But what happened actually on Hearthstone was that there was a huge amount of design space, much more than I thought there was at the start. And so, you know, it's scary to trim back and end up with a very limited amount of design space. But it's just never borne out in the scary way where there's nothing left to do. We always find more design space. It can get more and more challenging over time, but it's never run into the spot where we haven't ended up there. Now, over time, your audience will stop growing potentially, right? Like, you know, we all wish the audiences keep growing, but at some point, that maybe it's not as true. And at that point, the complexity wall at the start is not the thing that matters as much. It's the additional complexity you're adding. And so all the current players have already paid all the complexity cost. And so if you add a new mechanic or a new card type or a new zone or something, you just have to teach them that little bit of additional complexity. And so you can add design or something.
Check on the bottom. Look at this guy fixing his hair.
Bit of additional complexity. And so you can add design.
Fix that hair. Come on. It's messed up.
To give yourself more room to design more stuff.
Thank you so much.
The zone or something. You just have to teach them that little, a new mechanic or a new card type or a new zone or some players have already paid all the complexity cost. And so if you add a new complexity,
doing so much work on the hair, dude.
All the current players have already paid all the complexity cost.
Look at all this hair
if you
work.
add a new mechanic or a new card type or a new zone
So much hair work going in.
You just have to teach them that little bit of additional complexity. And so you can add design space over time to give yourself
Got a
more
hot date
room
after
to
this.
design more stuff.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
I always love noticing weird little random things.
Most mobile games, including Hearthstone, they're horizontal, right? At what point did you decide to use a vertical orientation? What design space did that open? Or did you just do it so I could play while I'm driving or holding?
Yeah, right. Yeah, please don't play Marvel Snap while you're driving. So the question is, when did and why did we decide to do vertical orientation? I think we really wanted to make a mobile-first collectible card game. Right? Most other collectible card games that are on mobile feel like or are.
One's in chat if when you're playing on mobile, you're happy it's vertical. Two's in chat if you wish it was horizontal. One's if you like that it's vertical, and two's if it's horizontal, specifically for when you're playing on your phone.
Ports of
same
PC card games, and we thought
Hard
this
same.
is just
One of the best parts
wants
of
to
it.
be the best mobile collectible card game.
Not a
ever
single
made.
two.
I think we wanted to start vertical, so we just always started the
There's a
whole
two.
game with that kind of as a design constraint.
You'd like choice, that's fair. But maybe when they change the full screen UI, there will be some choice, but I kind of doubt it.
And tried to make sure that every
One, easier to use while driving. That's a +2 right there. That's a great answer.
we made.
It's a fantastic
we tried
answer.
some weird stuff like
so funny.
we weren't sure if we could fit all the locations on the screen, so we had like a carousel of locations you could swipe back and forth between, and that did not. We didn't end up going that direction, but we were that committed to a vertical display. Thank you, appreciate it.
So I have a question about like the simplicity of your text on the card. So like how to fix the issue of being some misunderstanding when the text is short, because like sometimes I don't really understand the whole mechanism, so I need to like try so I can know the like real mechanism, because like the other cards like putting their like extreme circumstance on the card, but you're not using this. So like how you address this issue of like possible misunderstanding.
Yeah, so the question is about what you do when there's a clash between wanting short card text but being clear and making sure that people actually understand what you're saying. You know, it's interesting. There's a bunch of cards, I think it was called Shadow Madness in Hearthstone, which says take control of an enemy minion like this turn only. And what it doesn't say is that it gives the minion charge, right? If you took control of an enemy minion, you wouldn't normally be able to attack with it. But the fact that it's only for this turn, it's obvious that you must be able to attack with it. And so we just kind of left that off the card. There's some stuff, there's some types of designs where you can just say, look, this is like a little bit, we don't explain everything, but like you can just try it. And you'll learn after the first time. And ideally, the thing...
You get dumpstered by Combo Priest, have him take your like 1/4 lower the attack, like flip the card like twice and hit you in the face with 32.
That you, like the best scenario for you is the thing that actually happens. We often, when showing people cards and they ask a question like, wait, I'm not sure about this edge case, we say, well, what do you think is going to happen? What's your suspicion? And we would write it down. And if the suspicion is the correct thing, it might be worth it for us to have less text because they would like, I'm not sure, but I think it's going to do this. That was good enough for us in a lot of cases. But yeah, if the answer was they got the wrong thing or they couldn't guess, we would try and rewrite the card, even if it meant adding more text to it.
So does that follow the intuitive stuff, right?
Well, sorry, what was that?
Like follow the intuitive thought? Like
yes, right. We try to make it intuitive, exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it. Here.
Thank you. I have so many questions, but I do want to ask about Fatui. You talked about how a lot of design is going into how to minimize the zero-sum game and also like using things like bot to increase like player satisfaction. So I'm wondering like what are some design iteration or choices that went into like the first-time player experience to make sure that players have that sort of satisfaction and how that impact, you know, like what kind of cards they get when they first play the game and what like if they're going to see any bots, etc.
Yeah, so I basically, for both the Hearthstone...
Bots barely affect me? I don't know, I'm getting really good. Maybe I'm going to start seeing bots. Don't get to 300 like a weirdo.
First time user experience, oh sorry, the question was how do we make sure that Fatui is awesome, especially with a zero-sum component?
Yeah, or just like any design-related consideration with the Fatui.
So the entire Fatui for Hearthstone and Marvel Snap is just copied from George Van's talk that I mentioned. It's just we just did exactly, laid it out, and we just copied it. It's like exactly that. If you play through the Hearthstone and Snap and Plants vs. Zombies, we just stole it all. It's just genius work. So if you're interested in Fatui design, that is the master class of Fatui design right there. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. I have a kind of similar question that was asked over there, but as you mentioned, Marble Snap doesn't have keywords, which expanded like the amount of text on the card. So, but when you have keywords, a player has to learn those. So how do you balance the kind of streamlined paraphrasing versus the explicit explanations?
Do you think they're ever going to add a third keyword on top of ongoing and on reveal? I'd be really, really surprised if they ever add a third one. Maybe within a year. I think by the end of the year, there's a chance. And by a year from now, I think there's a decent chance. What would it be for? I don't know, man. Yeah, trigger to work something like the Collector or Angela or something like that. That would be the most likely. Would be something that kind of fits the Collector, Angela, Bishop bucket.
Keywords versus no keywords. How do you balance those two things? I paraphrased your question.
I think they talked about how like they thought about having like a two-part keyword where it's like an if-then keyword, which is kind of interesting.
So this was a conscious choice. When you have keywords, you are trading complexity for potential depth, right? Because you get more interesting stuff on the card. You can make the card do more interesting things if you can add more words to it.
I don't like the idea of tribes, Silent Film Star. I think that if they added tribes, they would pigeonhole themselves for certain things. And I don't like the idea of tribes, which is what you mean by X-Men, Avengers, stuff like that. Personally, I hope that they don't do that. Could make an end of game keyword. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think tribes would be a mistake. And they've also talked about how they like to have things like the X-Men, the Guardians, the Avengers have soft synergy as opposed to hard synergy because it gives them more flexibility. They said in the past. Yeah, who hasn't been an Avenger? Very true.
But if you don't know what the keywords do, then you can't understand what the card does. And so for Snap, we made the conscious decision. Actually, our first designs had no keywords, and eventually I tried to represent on reveal as like present tense and ongoing as like it's just a different tense, and people weren't picking up on it. So felt like we were forced to add on reveal and ongoing. But those keywords are self-descriptive, right? Like there's no way to actually like find out what on reveal means. It's not in the game. It's just it happens when it reveals, right? So we made the decision to, instead of
a restart match card would be a cool card. That would be a damn nightmare. I cannot disagree with that more. You restart the match card? There's two things that could happen with the restart the match card. Where first one would be it works like Kang, where that card is then gone, so it doesn't just keep happening, and then you just get an 11 card deck. So not only would it be bad, but then everyone would run the card and the match would restart twice every single game because you want an 11 card deck. Unless it gets replaced by like a rock or something, maybe that would be cool. But no. You don't want to extend the game time for anything, in my opinion.
Adding more depth by having more keywords to make every card understandable. Even if you'd never played Marvel Snap before, you can read a card and hopefully get what it's trying to convey.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's 2 minutes left. Is that what that is? Okay. Yes.
Hi. When you were designing the game, because it was a studio that was fresh, did you get the IP from Marvel that decided I'm going to make a Marvel game, or was it I'm going to make a game and it's going to be a card game or it's going to be whatever, and then ooh, what if we got the IP and made it Marvel themed? What was that?
So the question is, what came first, Marvel or the game mechanics? So the answer is Marvel. Marvel came first. In fact, we started working on a different game, and when the Marvel thing started to happen a little bit more, we started skinning that game as a Marvel game. And when we were doing that, we're like, this is just not working. This is not a Marvel game. The things that are awesome about Marvel, which is the awesome hero fighting against an awesome supervillain, or team of heroes facing a supervillain, that's not what this game is about, right? And so we took a step back and said, okay, what if we designed a game from scratch to highlight what's awesome about Marvel, which is that experience. And so we made a card game where the focus is on that one card type, the heroes and villains of Marvel. And that's kind of, so Marvel came first. Thank you. Last question, I think.
Last question.
So the monetization in Marvel Snap is really player friendly. I was just curious what the overall philosophy for second dinner's monetization is. Like how you guys feel. How do you integrate it into the design? And like, what were some of the models you guys threw out?
So the question about monetization, how it's player friendly, and how we did all that. You know, it was difficult because there's not like a lot of games that have a lot of analog to the way we're doing things, right? In a game where you have thousands of cards, you could sell booster packs, right, pretty easily. We have like 200 cards, right? Way less than other card games. And in games with that few cards, like games like Clash Royale, a lot of these games sell power, right? You could just get higher numbers by spending more money. And because of the way the game works, like the crunchy numbers we have, like the math gets really hard if you had like, okay, I need to get 623 more power over here, and he's got 426 less over here. How do I? It's really challenging. So there wasn't a lot of analogs for us. And the one that was the biggest inspiration was actually Pokemon Go, because it's a collectible game. We really wanted to focus on being a collectible game, and I think that they have a monetization system where you can't buy Pokemon in that game, right? If you see somebody else with incredible Pokemon, you're like, damn, you play a lot of Pokemon Go. You're never like, damn, you spent a lot of money, dog. Like it's all about the effort you put in. And so trying to come up with a solution that involved being able to speed up your process and go up the collection track faster, that was basically the only inspiration we had. All right, well, thank you so much. I'm so sorry I didn't get to all your questions. Thank you, everybody.
Very interesting. Not too much on the monetization, but quite interesting. Well, thank you all for sticking around and watching. I really enjoy this. I love Ben. Hopefully I'll get him on the stream again really soon. But I thought that was a really cool talk that dove into a lot of things with Marvel Snap that is very awesome. So yeah, that's flash marker. What we can do, look at this. I turned the system sounds all the way down. Thank you all so much for being here. This is a very fun early Thursday. You had 5 straight days of Binks. Which day was your favorite? What was your favorite? You have Ben Broad's cell phone number? I don't, Dexter. I wish I did, man. I would hit him up. I would go hang out and play basketball with Ben. That'd be a lot of fun. Marker, Ben, talk. Let's see who we can raid. I always like early Thursday because it usually means we can raid someone that we don't normally raid. Very exciting. It's right there.
just gonna.
I haven't had the pleasure of raiding Dare in a minute. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I didn't know how people would react to reacting to Ben Dodd's stream, but I had a ton of fun doing that. And I hope that you did too. I'm really happy we got to watch that together. That was really cool. If you're watching on YouTube, here is Dara's stream if you want to go and watch him. Very awesome streamer. You can tell him that I played his deck today, and I thought it was pretty good. Better than I thought. And that he's very handsome. Say both of those things. But have fun over at Dara's. I will see you on Sunday. There should be videos every day. But definitely, I'll see you on the Sunday, whereas the next time I'll stream. But there should be videos tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, unless I mess up and play way too much Tears of the Kingdom and don't do it again. But I really hope I don't. But I might. But hopefully I don't. Goodbye.